Welcome, everybody, to the Wild Rift North American Series presented by Riot and Wisdom. This is the second circuit, second qualifier, and I'm Alk Battery. We've got a whole new person here on the broadcast for all the people in Twitch chat. This is Michael Udall, kind of a familiar face if you were watching from last year. It's been a while, my guy.
Yeah, it's been a minute, got that winter depression out of the way, but I'm back. I'm here to cast some Wild Rift action. So happy to be on the broadcast. Big shout out to Wisdom and Riot for having me. Alk, I'm happy to play some or cast some games with you. It should be a good time.
Well, hopefully you don't play any, because I would kind of, it's a little bit of a distraction. You can't exactly cast and play Wild Rift. At least True. I can't. Maybe you can. You're a much better player than I am in the mid lane. But before we get into the show, let's do a little bit of a, kind of break the ice between us. I'm going to say a word, you're going to say another one, we're going to keep going until we get some kind of fun sentence. Hopefully we get some Twitch emotes in there as well. We'll see what happens. So I'm going to go with the
Mary
Garen
hung out. That's two. Hung? Eight, like hang.
We'll do hung out. Mary Garen hung out with
your
Yumi
champion.
Perfect. That's exactly what we want to see anyway today, right? We're talking about Yumi being added to the patch. She got a whole bunch of buffs. I'm hopeful that we get to see this champion today. I think she is incredibly broken, and we'll get to see that as we get throughout the qualifiers today. We're going to take a look at the top 16 groups. This is the last qualifier for Major 2. So a lot of the teams are going to be going through it. We have 12 teams today, so in our 4 groups, each there will be at least one team picking up a bye. And what are some teams that we got to see that we're looking forward to, Michael?
I mean, one that right out the bat I'm looking forward to is Team Saints. Actually, when I was talking to Black Camel, their jungler, he was telling me that their team name, the way they come up with it is that they want to be like Saints, not arrogant in victory, not discouraged in defeat. And Black Camel is going to be, for me, their player to watch for that. Really had a standout performance on the Jax last time I saw him, and I'm hyped up to see how far they can go in this qualifier.
Well, I thought it was going to be a sports ball reference. I'm not a big football guy, but I do remember them hopefully winning a Super Bowl. If I'm wrong, someone in Twitch chat will correct me. Maybe one of the people in production will be like, I'll stop talking. So, whatever. But aside from that, obviously we have a bunch of other teams. I think when we're looking at them, the teams that do not have buys are sitting in the second and third spot. A lot of them have been participating in Wild Rift North America. So I'm looking forward to that. We do have a couple of teams today. Tilt City Banditos, another one of those long-standing rosters.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to be able to cast them in the first series. Yesterday, I was casting some of the C9 in-houses with, Sentinel's coach, Pierce, and we were watching Academy on Ahri absolutely popping off, right? Electrocute got buffed in this patch, and in 2 games back-to-back, he was hitting some massive charms. And this, he was playing against the likes of Starting, Aloy, some of these top-tier players, and he was having a standout performance. So personally, for me, would love to see that hero in this first, series.
Yeah, especially for you. You were a big Ahri purveyor early on in North America. You're like, I'm bringing out the Ahri, mixed success, so hopefully North America has learned. They've used you as like the foundation. They're like, okay, let's learn from him. Let's learn from also what's happening regionally or internationally, and maybe we get some more fun Ahri games as going up against them. Ailish, a brand new team here with some remnants from the family roster, who is also still playing in this tournament, so potentially some rivalry there. Tyrant and Lynn. Lynn specifically, our most improved Dragon Laner from Major 1, coming over, and I'm looking forward to them both on this kind of new roster around them. Lynn being the best player, at least from the solo queue ladder.
Yeah, and anytime you are on a new roster, it's always, a new experience, right? You're not 100% sure how your team is going to play in tournament compared to those scrimmages and those practices. Sometimes it can be a step down if nerves maybe hit for some of your players, but sometimes, having that, extra stakes brings a lot of energy to the team, and it can be like this massive, buff and upgrade for the team. So I'm interested to see how it ends up playing out for them.
Yeah, especially playing against your former team, you're like, I want to win. You bring out all the spicy stuff, you're like, I'm stepping it up. It's like the gamer lean joke where you're like, okay, I'm leaning forward, I'm like getting really hyped into the game. And hopefully we see that for Lynn. That'll come later, obviously. They are in this group, so we'll be unable to play family until tomorrow when we look at our top 8. But here between Tilt City Banditos, talking with Chicken Lady, the only kind of last remaining vestige of their 2021 roster. She was talking about how this team wanted to make top 2. They've obviously wanted to make top 4 for a really long time, and with all these new players, speaking about Academy, he has been one of the best people that they've come kind of brought into the team and has really started to step into his own here on the roster.
Yeah, and I mean, mid lane is such an impactful role. Outside of the jungler, has the most impact on the map as far as, ganking other lanes. So that's something I'll be curious to see how they're able to play it out. And we are going to see, right off the bat, a first pick Jace, one of the most powerful heroes right now in the meta. But that means that Yuumi does make it through. Okay, they don't opt for it. So they go for Thresh. You and I were talking about before the broadcast, like, I feel like Yuumi's the, champion of the patch. And the fact that it's gone this far, we're not very far to drop, but the fact it's gone this far is a bit surprising to me.
Every single region is like in a frenzy. They're like, can I pick Yuumi? And if I can, what can I put around her? It kind of ups a lot of the bruisers that are in the meta right now, specifically Garen, which we were talking about earlier. And with this Jace, you have a lot of poke there. I wonder what kind of composition we'll get out from Ailish, just because Jace tends to be a really strong solo laner. And so with the response of the Varus Thresh, Steel City Bandito is already kind of building out that composition, getting one of the most premier marksmen in the game.
Yeah, and with that Galio pickup, assuming, we've generally seen that in the support role, we may not see a Yuumi unless we see it potentially go in the Baron lane type thing. I know that's, been ran in other regions, so that is a possibility. But, looks like the Galio does provide a lot of CC, very good as far as being like a roamy support with that ultimate, is able to, affect the side lanes from mid. And it's going to be a Corki, a mainstay here in North America. Really, I'd say a pretty high priority hero for a lot of these AD players. Does a lot of damage, and that package timing is absolutely massive, especially the first one that you get at around like 3 minutes and 55 seconds to, either impact that first Rift or Dragon fight.
I wonder if both teams just like were in chat. Maybe the TOs could answer this question. They're just like, okay, both of us handshake. We're not picking the cat. We're not going to go for it, at least in game 1. Game 2, maybe they bring back Yuumi and they're like, okay, we'll get it on through. But TCB rounding out their first phase with a Renekton, having a little bit more of the beefy boys. This is what we've been seeing over in Korea. You set up a bunch of the tank frontliners for someone like the Varus to poke out, and then immediately you do the damage. And they're also going to need someone who has to clean it up. So we'll have to see if maybe Kha'Zix comes through for ENF. But Ailish taking away some of those mid laners. Diana, a really good answer there, as she can play a pretty flexible role, while TCB kind of taking away a lot of the junglers, especially Jax, who did get hit on this patch and has been repeatedly nerfed. He needs a real weapon this patch. It's been a while. It's been a while now.
Yeah. It was so powerful, though, for a little bit. And that is going to be a Diana and Orianna ban. So that Ahri that I mentioned for Academy is still on the table. We'll see if they pick it up here. I really like it with their comp so far, especially with the Thresh. You can hit the Charm into Hook or Hook into Charm, and it's just such a long CC combo that if you hit, the likes of a Jace, the likes of a Corki, it's pretty much going to spell defeat. It's going to spell death for them.
Exactly, and it's just layering on combos. You get the damage coming out from the Varus. Looks like they're going to go ahead and pick up the Xin Zhao here, so some pretty short range. ENF is the only one that can really kind of get there, but I like Xin Zhao for what he brings with his ultimate. He can be somewhat of a pseudo frontliner thanks to the Crescent Sweep. And Ailish with the Darius response, I like this. It helps out with the top lane matchup. And if Varus is the only one you're worrying about alongside a Corki and a Jace, I'm pretty happy if I'm Ailish.
Yeah, definitely. A Kha'Zix, though, is going to be the pickup, a hero, our champion that is, really able to blow up those backliners, only really Varus right now as a kill target, but if we do see Ahri picked up here for Academy, that could potentially be another, and it is going to be the Ahri. I'm so happy with this.
Let's
I
go.
know I've been hyping it up, and I am so excited to see Academy play this hero, and it's very feast or famine, right? As someone that used to either be 0-9 or 10-0 on Ahri, it's something where it's live and die by your charms, and what that really means is it's all about your positioning. Are you able to clear out the side lane and sit in a bush and really be in a proper position? And, I'm excited to see how it's going to play out in this game.
Yeah, typically when we were seeing Ahri before, it was, people were playing it not exactly as aggressively as we would like to. I think when I think of Ahri, I say, like, level 5, we're going in with our jungler, we're trying to find a kill, we're looking for picks on side lanes or even in the mid lane, we're trying to force summoners early on because versus like a control mage, or even versus someone like a Jace, I think you do tend to lack a little bit of damage as the game continues to go on. So that pick potential is really strong here for the side of Tilt City Banditos, and we're already in.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 1, Tilt City Banditos versus Eilish. This is going to be our first game of this second qualifier going into the second major. The top 2 teams from this will advance and be able to face up against potentially enemy or immortals, depending on their seeding. This should be a good one, and I am so excited to get into the Rift and see who's going to be able to claim the victory.
Oh, and look at this. Tyrant already taking a pretty early trade. Exactly what we want to see when we're talking about the Jace matchup. Just abusing the fact that you can both be melee and ranged. Use a little bit of early priority. They are able to track ENF, so we'll have to see if TCB are going to get punished because they now know where Xin Zhao is. They can track the pathing from there. And kind of speaking about the tournament as a whole, like you said, it is top 2, but today it is top 16. So top 2 of each group from today will move on into top 8 tomorrow. And from there, we will have a single elimination bracket where our top 2 tomorrow will then go on, like you said, to go face against enemy immortals and the like.
Yeah, as it looks like Xin Zhao rotating towards the top tier with a pretty early gank going in onto the Darius. Going to be able to fall him down to about half, and that's going to be barrier. So one summoner activated as well, not able to connect the pole. Could have potentially been a scary turnaround situation for the Xin Zhao, but this should allow the Kha'Zix to potentially rotate as Scuttle's going to be spawning in 5 seconds. Could be a scary situation for INF on this Xin.
Yeah, Baby, really good job kind of surviving that as he comes back, gets the flash out of the Xin Zhao, and this is doomed. This is really hard for TCB from this point because Jungle is going to go back to doing Krugs, and you already see Eilish, their bot lane, moving over, picking up the Scuttle.
Yeah, a great rotation from Lim and Suna to basically set this up. I mean, they don't even give it to their jungler. They give it to Tyrant. And that is, as a mid laner, it doesn't get much better than that for the early game. You know, went for an early trade into Academy, able to heal up, and this is going to allow them to get that early level 5, which may let them, as it looks like here, the Kha'Zix going in onto Jhin, flashing out actually as Darius as well, Baby, and that's 2 heroes falling, or champions
Tyrant
falling as, Tyrant is able to equalize at least one of the kills. Going to try and go for Consequence here on the Renekton as well. Not sure if they're going to be able to get it as Consequence still has the ultimate. Tyrant, big fight here as Consequence. Academy, though, on the Ahri rotating in, able to get another kill, and that's going to be 3 for the red team.
Oh my god, Tilt City Bandinos, they wanted to fix up their early game, and despite that their jungler goes down, Tyrant, I think, just spends way too much time going for that kill. They had vision of Ahri, and the amount of distance that Ahri can track using her ultimate, she obviously used the flash in that play, so Academy getting a lot for them, and you know, as a byproduct, Consequence is also now set up for success. There's no flash, there's no barrier for a little bit on Baby, so this Renekton is in a really good spot. And for Tilt City Bandinos, they still need to play around this Varus. This is where I want to see them. Lin versus Logical. You have this Varus who can be set up for success as we get later into the game.
Yeah, as 45 seconds from now, we're going to have the 2 objectives spawning, Dragon as well as Rift. And a big thing is going to be tracking this Corki. Are they going to have a proper back timing to get that package to potentially set their team up for that first objective? As it looks like Corki has already rotated towards the mid lane. Both of, the bot side laners going to mid, as Jace is going to be taking that side lane. And I like this rotation from them.
Yeah, it means that Tilt City Banditos is a little bit late to the rotation. They shouldn't be punished. They'll miss out on a wave here, but Academy will pick it up. You see Eilish already pushing out on side waves, particularly in mid and in the Dragon lane. It does give Tilt City Banditos first say onto the pit. Baby is going to force a recall here from Consequence, but the mid lane, or the Dragon lane duo coming into mid lane, just means that they have flexible options. They can either go for the Rift-Tailed or for the Dragon. It seems like they're just going to trade objectives here.
Yeah, as it looks like, Corki is able to get the package, but with Kha'Zix and Galio already on the Rift, would expect to see just a trade out of here. And, I like, actually, it looks like they may look to contest. They're not going to be able to get the Dragon, but could look for a fight. but nah, it's not going to actually end up happening. But I like oftentimes going for the Rift, just because if you're able to translate that into a first tower, into a big gold lead, actually as Consequence coming in here, not able to get the steal, as it looks like Varus ultimate coming out. Oh, Corki in the backline, a massive package, and that's going to be 2 falling, but Academy looking for the turnaround onto Lin, going to be able to get it. Logical with the flash out on the Varus is going to get taken down, as this is a massive team fight win so far for Ailish. Can they get the last one? Can they get Academy? Of course they can, as that's a full 5 team wipe.
Oh, Ailish. They played around with their food a little bit, I think. Start doing the Rift Herald there. It looks like a lot of them had peeled off. They wanted to go into the mid lane. And we'll get a replay of how this fight starts. It took them a while to finish this. I don't know if maybe they called off of it. We obviously see that the bot lane duo had moved over to the mid lane. But during this, so much space is bought for someone like Lin to just rail with this package. And Logical, I mean, we're talking about the Tilt City Banditos and how they want to play out their composition. They did not buy space. The Varus went a little too far forward and ends up dying to Tyrant, who's able to get right into the back line. He's sitting there with Kha'Zix and the Galio. Really good stuff in terms of the team fight there for Ailish, and TCB getting a little too aggressive.
Yeah, looking potentially for a play on the top side, though, as you see Jhin as well as the Thresh in this bush. Asuna doing a great job throwing the Q in, but is going to get hooked here. The Varus with the ult follow-up. A taunt coming out as well. Flash still for Galio, not able to get it off in time, though, as Lin will be able to Valkyrie on out of there. And that is, you know, that's a step that you need in the right direction.
Take those?
Oh,
Academy! Oh my god.
Flash out. Yeah, that was close. Potentially is going to run into the Corki, though, in the mid lane, as Baby on the top side falling very low here as well, being pressured in by the Renekton as well as the Jhin. And yes, a great rotation coming out from Lin on that Corki to finish off Academy. And it looks like, though, for the Banditos, they're going to be able to get the first turret, even though Rift Herald went over to the side of Team Ailish. And this is just going to be a turret trade. But, you know, with the Rift Herald, ideally, you want to be the team getting that first turret gold.
Yeah, and take a look at how they're splitting gold, right? Tilt City Bandinos right there, they overloaded one side of the map. It started with that pick onto Suna. Academy, all you needed to do was survive, and he almost got away with it right there. Corki, Lin may have ruined those plans for Tilt City Bandinos, but a lot of gold was split among 3 members of Tilt City Banditos, while for Ailish, a lot of it went on to the Kha'Zix and the Jace, which, if we're looking at the damage carries so far in the game, those are some big ones to put gold behind. You already see Colt Brawlstar is almost 3,000 gold ahead of ENF, so let's see if they can kind of turn those leads into actual game advantages. And I like that Tilt City Banditos are looking for picks in the meantime, but they need to be able to, you know, say, hey, when do we call off this play? When do we go back to regular lane assignments?
Yeah, and as you were mentioning, the Kha'Zix is that ideal hero to get gold on. Has 2 items completely finished up at this point. So if is able to jump onto the Varus or the Ahri, will basically be able to one-shot them if they don't have flash up, if they're not able to, you know, hit a charm in return. So definitely going to be the champion to watch in these upcoming team fights. How is Colt Brawlstars going to be able to, you know, continue snowballing that lead?
We'll have to see. Again, we have Dragon spawning in 30. We've got the Rift Herald spawning in another 45. There is package available for Lin. I wonder if they'll just kind of wait here in base and wait for the timing. This is a pretty important fulcrum point for Tilt City Bandinos, as if they can win this next team fight, if at least they can stall out the game for the next few minutes, I think they have a really solid team composition against the like of Ailish, who have almost no tanks sans this Darius. So if they can just survive, allow Varus to poke, you have such great setup for someone like Academy to get resets.
Oh, as the Darius pull onto Consequence, the Renekton actually flash used by the Kha'Zix, and Renekton's going to be able to hit the Honey Fruit, heal up, and still has the ultimate, so potentially could be a big cooldown though. Dragon going down to about 2k here. Looks like it is going to be secured. But the package coming out, as it looks like INF on the... Oh, actually able to flash out and escape. Darius, though, is going to be able to get the dunk. That's going to be the first one. The Galio follow-up, and that's going to be the Dragon. That's going to be 2 kills secured for Team Ailish.
And the entire time, Tilt City Bandinos, I think logical, the path going a little too safe in his pathing. He has 3 members standing in front of him. The entire time, he's not putting down damage, not giving Ailish a little bit of things to worry about. It means that they get the Dragon, they'll now get the Rift Herald, they get 2 kills in their back pocket. Baby now set up for success. His entire team now set up to take this top tier 1. Until City Banditos are going to try and play on the opposite side of the map, but it's getting worse and worse for them throughout the game.
Yeah, about almost 6k gold down and into a Kha'Zix composition. Very scary situation as they're just going to drop the Rift pretty aggressively on the top side as well. C2 hero or 2 champions on the bot side, C1 champion in the middle, and are just going to opt to translate that to a lot of tier 2 tower damage.
Yep, and this just means that Ian loses his access to the jungle. His top side is gone. Everybody wave goodbye. You already see that Ailish are taking care of that, getting the Raptors, getting all the little nuggies on the way out. But Steel City Banditos are losing control of the map repeatedly here as Ailish, a brand new team. Like, yes, we have Tyrant who's performing formidably, Lin as well, providing that 80 carry damage from that position, one of our most improved players from Major 1. But this is a team with relatively fresh faces to the Wild Rift North American scene, and they're putting up a good performance.
Yeah, okay, but looking at the flip side, how does Tilt City Banditos bring this back? There's going to be a bit of lull here, but like, what plays do they need to make out Battery to bring the game back? Because definitely, I would say Ailish is in the driver's seat, is winning, but it's not over, right? Like, is this GG or?
I would like to hope that it's not GG, but if I'm in Tilt City Banditos' seat, I have to think, okay, Kha'Zix is a majority of their gold lead, right? We set it up, it's 7,000 gold, 4,000 of that is in the Kha'Zix. As, the other lanes, they're within 1,000 of each other, and Logical still has a really good job that he can perform. Still not out of this game, has finished the Miramana, but can they find this pick?
This is just what you're saying.
They did it!
That's the Kha'Zix going down. Massive play from Academy, and that's 2 Galio as well. And just as you were talking about, Alec, they needed the pick. They needed to take down that Kha'Zix, and they were able to do it. The question is, can they translate this to a mid tower as well, or potentially more picks to snowball this comeback?
Oh, they're going in.
Yeah,
oh my.
Corky getting blown up. Tyrant is the next. Oh, is Baby actually?
Maybe they're not killing it.
Oh, Baby going for the dunks. Baby gets 1. Academy taking down. That's 3, actually. A massive play from Tyrant and Baby to lose the tower, but to get 3 kills in return.
Oh my god, Tilt City Banditos, you're sitting in comms. I don't know how you feel about this as an ex-pro player, Michael, but they're sitting there like, we're going for the tower dive, and the turret's at 200 HP. They're like, guys, who's hitting turret? Guys, who's hitting turret? Logical has to blow the flash, uses the Proto Belt to get out, but Baby completely turns that fight alongside his mid laner. And I feel like every time we talk about Tilt City Banditos, it is 1 step forward, 1 step back. It's like, oh, they made a really cool play. Oh no, Ailish are fighting back. It hurts. It hurts to see, especially for Tilt City Banditos, who, again, have not been able to make it into top 4, top 2 before in a qualifier. And speaking with Chicken Lady, she said it would obviously mean the world to show that it's not just the major orgs, it's these players who are not necessarily the highest rated on the ladder, but are really ingratiated with being part of a family.
Yeah, as Dragon is spawning, package has been picked up for Lin here. This is a massive moment in this game. Whoever wins this fight, whoever gets this Dragon, will definitely be in the driver's seat. If your team, Banditos, you need this to start your comeback, to potentially get a Baron. If you're Team Ailish, you need to take them out here, as the scuttle is going to go the way of Ailish. That's a small victory. As you see Suna here just posturing. That's a decent amount of poke, though, coming out from Tyrant on this Jace. And this is what it all comes down to. Dragon down to about 1,500.
Here's Baby.
It's gonna fall as Baby goes in. A massive Galio taunt connects on 4. Package coming in as well. Cold Brawl Stars on the Kha'Zix, blowing up the black line, flashing over the charm, taking out Logical and Academy. That's 4. That's going to be 5. And this is a potential game-winning situation for Team Ailish.
There you go, Ailish. They set up for Baron. They've already taken the Dragon. They had priority in the mid lane, and so from there, without Logical pumping out damage, and the fact that Baby is able to just walk right into the front line, Academy on this Ahri could not put out enough DPS to stop the enemy team. Ailish are going to take the Baron with the finishing touches on this game.
And I just have to commend Baby for that engage. I mean, Baby was the only one that died on their team, but recognizing, hey, the only way Team City Banditos brings it back is if they get a Thresh Hook, right? If they hit a charm, and if I just go into them and force the engage, they're not going to get those, critical abilities onto, our Kha'Zix or one of our massive damage dealers. And if I trade my health, and even if I end up dying, I'm effectively trading well from a cooldown percentage, from a health and mana percentage. So love that heads up awareness of recognizing, you know, me living is not the most important thing. Me soaking up damage for my damage dealers is the important thing.
Me tank, me no take damage, me have stone plate, me press boots button, done. Job's done, you know, like
based.
It's based. That's all you need to worry about. I mean, now they've got Baron. They have a pretty massive gold lead. And from here on out, I mean, Ailish, I'm struggling to see how Ahri is going to have a lot of influence, especially if she's trying to land Charm onto Darius or onto Galio. The game just becomes so much harder. Logical is just getting completely kind of out DPS in a lot of these fights. A lot of the poke has already kind of been mitigated, and since it's not landing onto someone like Tyrant or Lyn, Varus kind of just has to stand there and watch as his base crumbles. Ailish are going to take game one here. I mean, they're pressing on all 3 lanes right now.
Yeah, and Ahri does not have that ultimate for probably another like 10, maybe 15 seconds. A very important cooldown to get a pick, as it looks like Baby here able to get a pull in, forcing out the ultimate from Thresh here. Jace, they're just throwing in damage. Very patient play here from Ailish. I mean, this is a first-time team, and they are playing this so well. Not over chasing, not over forcing, recognizing as actually the flash here coming out. Kha'Zix going to barely make it out with a sliver of HP, but they've lost 2 inhibs for it.
Oh, that was really close. I was a little bit worried there. I saw the damage. I was like, Still City Banditos could have died there. There's some homies that could have died here, but speaking about Ailish, right, like as they kind of finish out this game, this is the best of 3, obviously, for Tilted Banditos. They're looking for the engage. Suna?
Yeah, this is a 3v5. Darius and Kha'Zix are both not here. Oh,
okay.
The charm, so close.
Okay, that was a lot of skill shots that, they hit the fridge behind me. That's all I'm going to say. They ended up missing. There was a lot of just like, okay, everyone freak out. Pause. Everyone take a break, take a breather. All right, we're back into the rift. Academy's looking for something. I don't know if this is, again, the champion you want to go for.
Oh, as the pull predict from Baby, and that's Academy on the Ahri falling. A massive dunk going on to the Xin Zhao, and that's going to be 2 heroes falling. As Galio going to ult in here. Renekton actually looking for the turnaround. Tyrant doing massive damage on the Jace. Varus getting a pretty big ult here, actually connecting out to everyone. This may be a bit of a throw from the side of Ailish. They're going to lose 3. Oh, a massive play from Team City Banditos.
Okay, I need the Alk W. I need the Alk W emote immediately. I know we can't add it to the Twitch chat, but you go on Twitter, you already have seen that emote. I was Tilt City Banditos putting on a pretty good defense there, but the Nexus as a 6-man protecting their team, and putting the brakes on this game for a little bit. Ailish, I think, recognizing, we may need an Elder, we may need a Baron to stop this. It was a really good play coming out from Tilt City Banditos. I think putting out their damage and physically logical, they're able to put out a ton of damage alongside Consequence. So, Elder up, can Tilt City find an avenue back? 2 inhibitors down. I think this is a Hail Mary play. If they can steal this, awesome, but I do not think it saves them from their fate.
I think this is the play you have to go for here, though, as it looks like Lyn going to massive package here, and the
teleport
is instantly going to blow up. Has GA potentially could just look to flash off this, as that's going to be 3 falling. Team City Banditos, they almost had it. They had the defense under their Nexus, but aren't able to complete the comeback, as Ailish just punishes them. Lyn with the package, recognizing I got GA. Even if I go in and trade 1 for 1, I got the GA to come back up. So a great finish out to the game from Ailish. I mean, almost threw it away a little bit, but they're able to secure game number 1 for themselves.
Oh, man. That was a good game from them. I mean, Lyn performing really, really well. I think some of the packages got so much damage, especially in that last one, as you saw. Logical just burned away in front of the dragon. And this game was all Ailish the entire time. The gold lead kind of shows what happened. You see the divot right before the game ends. It's like, I wonder what happened there. Interesting. How bizarre. But, yeah, Ailish with a really, really solid Game 1 performance. Tilt City Banditos, I know they've been working on this this as a project for the team for the last 6 months, since November. Before, I'm looking forward to how they kind of do a little bit more problem solving coming into Game 2, as we have to start thinking about star player for this game. Michael, I know I just gave a lot of praise to Lyn, but what are your thoughts here?
It's Lyn for me. I mean, in the score screen we see 29 10,000 damage, 10,000 more from the next closest character, having a massive performance at the end there. That was TCB's only chance to bring it back, was to go for that Elder. So Lynn is going to be my star player. I don't know about you, Al-Bakari, but I was very impressed by that Corki play.
Yeah, I think Lynn, we talked about it during the first major, how this guy, positioning wise, this was one of the best AD carries that we had in the tournament. Late game team fighting with family, had a really, really great job there, and despite their fall pretty early on into the major, I was always excited to see what this player could do. And here on another roster, it seems like the mechanics are still there. There is a little bit of mid-game sloppiness, but happens. If you're in the comms, just like, we won, doesn't matter, results-based analysis, we're going to get away with it. I would have to agree, though, Lynn had a really great performance, and I do want to give them a little bit more praise there. Considering the fact this is their first mobile game. They had not really played another mobile game. They're the best on their team solo queue-wise. They're a top 65 player on the roster, or on the ladder. So a lot of fun stuff there. And Lynn, what more can we get from this guy? I want to see him on mages next.
Yeah, I mean, there's like that Morgana, very powerful in the bot lane. And that's what I'll be curious to see is, once Lynn does get off this Corki, how do some of their other champions look? But a very strong performance. But like you mentioned in the mid game, I mean, having been a pro player that walked away from some victories where you're like, wow, we could have done that way cleaner. That's something, depending on the team, can be a bit of a tilt factor of like, guys, we had that game completely secured and we almost threw it away. We almost lost it. And, that's something that I'll be curious to see how it factors in. I mean, it's their first time playing together in a qualifier, so I don't think it's going to be the biggest tilt thing. But if, it becomes a recurring theme over this weekend, could be something where, maybe a captain, maybe a specific player is like, hey, we really need to clean up our mid game, and may get frustrated if it, continues.
Sure. And we'll see that as obviously they go on throughout the tournament. They did a really good job. I kind of still have some questions about their draft, specifically. Like, we're looking at a really high priority on Jace when I think there's a ton of other marksmen, especially with how flexible it is. You have a couple of options. Let's swap over to Tilt City Bandinos real quick before we move on to game 2. Speaking about being a pro player, coming off of a loss, like, what goes through the mentality of coming into game 2 after that? After a pretty just like decimating game coming from the opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing you generally will talk about is like, draft a bit of like, hey, are there some things we want to tweak? If not, why? Like, was it play? Was it draft? And I think looking at this game, it was more play versus draft. I think they gave themselves some tools. I think Academy did do pretty well on that Ahri at moments. But I felt like really that first scuttle fight, that early game, is really where they got so far behind the scuttle and then into the first objective where they, contested that rift. It's like, hey, we should have just traded. We could have just taken our dragon, taken our victory and gone from there. And since they overforced onto that rift, they got so far behind. So, I think that's really what they should be analyzing and looking at is, okay, in the first objective, like, how do we want to play that out? And maybe having a bit more of a game plan before the game starts, so they don't get caught in this situation where they're, over chasing to try and get both. Yeah,
and here we get to see our star player from Ailish, Lynn. I mean, these are just amazing damage numbers. The almost 29,000, and in a team with 4 damage carries, I'd say getting 32%, that's pretty good. Especially as a dragon laner, you're sitting with the Corki package, you're just getting so much damage there. But to kind of hit back onto your point of the Tilt City Banditos and kind of diagnosing what happens, I think this kind of comes along with the territory of having an Ahri on your team. I'll be honest, I've not been the biggest fan of this champion, and repeatedly so. I think she doesn't offer enough damage. I think when you're looking at the 5-on-5 team fights as games go on, the pick potential just isn't there. As champions get more and more resilient, you have access to more items that can save you, like the Zhonya's Hourglass boot enchant. So I think coming out of this, I wonder if Tilt City Bandinos, are they going to kind of double down and say, look, Academy, you're going to play another game of Ahri. Maybe we're on blue side. We can try something out, kind of build around that, because I like the Varus. We've talked about this on the broadcast a lot, but Varus is such a strong marksman when you could do the poke build, and you could just fire away at range. They just didn't necessarily play around that.
Well, and the moment where they almost brought it back, right, on their Nexus defense, that was primarily set up because of the massive Varus ultimate that they were able to hit. Like, it connected onto 1 and I think changed to 4, right? And that had all of them stuck under the Nexus. And, you know, that was the moment where they got 3 kills. That was their chance to bring it back into the game. And so, I mean, I have been a big fan of Varus. I just feel like the hero is so powerful. But like you're mentioning, it's not powerful if your team doesn't play around it. You need that time to be able to poke. You need that time to, you know, be able to look for your opportunities instead of, you know, going for those hard engages where Varus kind of gets left alone on an island.
And here we go. We're into draft number 2. It seems like sides are going to be the same. Bans are going to kind of stick there, but we've got a Corki ban, so Lynn's going to have to pull out another champion. Maybe we get one of those mages we were looking forward to, but Jace is still on the table. Ailish very likely to go ahead and pick up some comfort.
Yeah, so this, you know, tells me that Tilt City Banditos are saying, all right, we think it was the Corki is what was the problem. And what I really will be curious to see is, do they go for the Thresh Varus here again, right? Do they opt into the same 1-2 rotation? Because if they do that, it will kind of scream to me that they're like, okay, Corki was the problem and our play, but our composition, you know, the rest of it, how we compiled it was correct and right. Yep. And it's going to be a Varus.
There we go. We might just get the Thresh afterwards. And so, do we just get like a very close, like, salty run back? Because if they're saying, like, it's just the Corki and it was maybe not necessarily how we played out the game, I think this kind of just leads to then we're going to get very similar things going on. Like, Galio is going to be next up. They're going to go ahead and actually say, we want the Galio ourselves. So, interesting note here.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. So they're taking away some of the critical pieces of the composition for Team Ailish. So, you know, targeting out that bot lane, no more Corki, and, you know, we're going to take away your Galio as well. I felt like, you know, Galio in, you know, one of those later game dragon fights had this massive flash into 4-person taunt, and I feel like that hero, you know, when played correctly, just provides so much CC, so much crowd control that, you know, I feel like it can be so impactful.
I actually kind of like this as a swap. Because of how Varus can itemize, he can go for something like the Edge of Night, which gives him a spell shield. And then we're talking about wanting to put beefy frontlining champions in front of Varus. Galio is a much better tank than Thresh. I know, controversial opinion, but he's much better at standing in front of champions and protecting them. So swapping out the Thresh, and in response, Consequence saying, look, I want the Renekton champion. It doesn't matter, like, if I'm going up against Darius, if I'm going up against the Fiora, I'm going to try this out. This is a little bit of a better matchup for Renekton, in my opinion. But still, same thing, and now they're really focusing on very damage-heavy, kind of carry champion-oriented solo lanes here for Ailish.
Yeah, as the Fiora into the Renekton matchup is going to be a pretty big one. I do like, I know I've been talking about the Galio, but I really like having the Galio ultimate, because oftentimes the way the rotations work is your bot lane goes to mid, right, in the mid game. And that means that your Galio can affect either side lane with their ultimate. And Renekton versus Fiora, generally a pretty brawly one, right, where they're both kind of looking for a solo kill onto the other. And a Galio ultimate coming in onto the Renekton after Fiora is used their invulnerability can be, you know, a massive turning moment. So that's something that into the mid to late game, if that does play out that way, I'll be, you know, just curious to see. But it also makes Fiora play a lot more passive, right? Because you just have to keep in mind that, oh, hey, they have a global, so I can't fully commit in case Galio could be there.
And in theory, we might get spicy. We might even get like a mid lane Fiora. Starting promised me that at one point we might see mid lane Fiora. I know he's not here during the qualifiers, but maybe some other North American players from him, like, just straight up, like, burning up the solo key ladder, maybe they might see it and be like, we might try it, especially if Ailish, they've already got a one-game lead. Might as well just try some spicy stuff. But sticking with pretty similar bans from the side of Ailish, getting rid of the Jarvan and the Diana, but Brand and Ziggs being taken away. They really want to get rid of all those mages. Morgana's already been taken off the table, so you have to drop into some lower priorities here, but doubling down, full marksman, or full AD damage with the Vayne here. Ooh, this is looking a little dicey for Ailish.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like there's so much team fight power for the side of Tilt City Banditos. I mean, Wukong ultimate, Galio Varus, like Renekton in there doing so much AoE damage. And I'm a bit worried. Okay, so Ailish does steal away the Aries, though. So this means they're pretty much running like full split, not full split push, but primarily they're going to look to get side lane pressure and use that to look for picks, use that to look for 2v1 advantages. They're not going to be looking for these straight up 5v5 team fights.
So now coming into this, we'll see what Tilt City Banditos do as a result of this, but I'm looking at Ailish, and I see two different champions that want to be pretty carnivorous with a lot of the resources. Fiora wants a lot of gold, get the Blade of the Ruin King, get the Triforce, get that going. Vayne as well is a champion that if you're giving her resources, you give her gold, more and more of it, she will be able to carry a game. But you now have to split these two between these two relatively good hyper carries. I think it's going to be a difficult act to balance for Ailish. Well, on the opposite side, TCB are opting for the 5v5. They have all these frontliners with the Wukong, Galio, and the Renekton, and someone to knock down those dominoes that Varus sets up is really good for the Akali.
Yeah, and there's a lot of champions that, will be kill targets. Ahri, Vayne, Jace, all three of them are, susceptible to Akali taking them out. And they also have pretty solid side lane pressure with the Akali, with the Renekton, two champions that can survive there, as we are going to be getting into game number 2. Can Tilt City Banditos bring it back? Can they even up this series 1-1? Or is this going to be Ailish closing it out, securing the 2-0, and securing themselves the next round in the tournament?
Winning this game, you look at Lin, he recognizes, and I love this kind of tech, especially in competitive. Do not try this in solo queue. If you try this in solo queue, you are not getting the thumbs up in the post-game screen from me. Heal and Ghost. You really don't need Flash on Vayne for the most part. Like, movement speed is name of the game for this champion, and obviously the heal is good. So, I like this. Again, for everybody in chat, I'm an Emerald player, so I know I'll see you guys in the game. If you try this in my solo queue game, I'm gonna do what every other Wild Rift pro does. We're gonna start pinging Draggles on Twitter. You already know.
You're gonna spam 9 times report. But if I saw the pros do it on broadcast.
I saw the
Alk,
pros
what do
do
you
it.
mean?
You were on that show, Alk Battery. I know that I should be playing this. If the pros are doing it, I can do it. It's really good in coordinated situations. And you talked about, the Fiora, and talked about kind of wanting to go into the side lanes here. This is what typically the jungle does. Comes into mid lane, ascertains the mid priority so that they can move in, get vision, set up for this, and they might even be setting up for a top dive here.
Yeah, a ward is going to scout out the Fiora, as it looks like, okay, Fiora is just going to opt into going for the scuttle, so this is going to be a scuttle trade. But like you said, the reason you'll see the jungler go mid, as Tyrant here in a decent position. Okay, actually, a tower is going to hit Jace. So they could look for the dive, though. This is potentially a scary situation if they tank too many shots, but Consequence scouting it out is just going to... double flash coming out as Consequence survives. And during all of this, Akali getting a lot of value, a lot in the mid lane. And this means Akali's going to hit level 5 first, and this is now a very scary situation for Tyrant in the mid lane.
It's almost a 2-level lead here against Tyrant. It shouldn't mean all that much because Akali doesn't have all that much kill threat without ultimate, especially with where the wave is, but it's all about the give and take, right? Ailish, they gave up mid priority, they used it and kind of spent it so that they can do this, put Consequence behind, and look at what they're doing on the side of Tilt City Banditos. They're like, okay, one side lane is getting bullied, we're going to do the same on the opposite here, as Ian will get spotted on the ward, gets the hook down, and look at how much this wave is so far under their turret for Tilt City Banditos. It's going to be kind of hard for this Vayne to step up without getting traded on.
Yeah, as Lin actually not opting for the flash, looking at the summoners, has heal as well as ghost. So, a lot of crowd control actually for the side of Tilt City Banditos. I feel like that maybe could come back and bite them later on, but we'll see if there's going to be a couple situations where they get a lot of value with the ghost, or a couple situations where they're like, man, I really, really wish I had flash in that moment.
It's always one of those things, if you're playing a champion, you're like, I usually take Ghost, but I'm not taking Ghost. I don't know if you want to do this, Ian. Academy's here.
Fiora, though, is going to get blown up. That's first blood going over to Academy. Can they get another? The flash forward. Yes, they can, and that's 2. Tilt City Banditos will not go down without a fight, and they secure themselves first blood. They secure themselves 2 kills, and Academy on this Akali is looking scary already.
Okay, and the checklist is starting to be formed here for Tilt City Banditos. Number 1, kill one of the hyper carries. The number 2 is kill the other one. So we're talking about killing Fiora. Check. You did that. Probably gonna have to do that a few more times before she's really irrelevant. But opposite side, killing Lin is important as Tyrant. He's just gonna get soloed.
Oh, Academy sidestepping the charm. So much damage, not able to finish it out, but that's without ultimate. Like, if Academy has ultimate, that's an instant kill. But this means that Academy is now going to be very low for this objective. Did not opt to back here, as Jace with a really big knockback is going to get themselves to safety. But Tilt City Banditos here could look to just start the rift. Actually, Chicken Lady on the Galio, forced to flash out. Tyrant coming in, Exhaust going in onto the Fiora, as this is a 3v5 at the moment. Logical now just walking in, Consequence able to flash out.
Okay, but the Verisol
able to escape, but Academy on the Collie. Can they get the Lin? No, they cannot, as that's 2 champions falling, and it's going to be the flash forward from Logical, instead of going the opposite way, ends up losing their life, but able to trade 1 for 1. A really heads-up play from that Varus.
And they can't even get any objectives here. Ian, he's going to get soloed off by the Drake. He's like, never mind, I'm not going to do this. So reset coming out from both teams. A sloppy fight from both here as they're just fighting for Rift Herald, fighting for mid priority. Tilt City Banditos spend way too much time kind of trying to start up the Rift Herald. They're going to get caught in doing both, right? They're like, do we start up the Rift Herald? Do we look for a fight? And they lose out on both. Ailish going to be getting the Dragon.
As Suna here, though, on the Thresh, probably going to lose their life for it, as Dragon will be secured, but Fiora falling down to about health. Chicken Lady, pretty much a full disengage here. I like this from Ailish. Okay, we lost our support. We'll trade the support lives for a Dragon any day of the week, but this may be the Rift as well, going over to Tilt City Banditos. But Lin on the Vayne is set up on the bot side to potentially pressure that tower, and that's why you're going to see Academy on that Akali rotate over. Don't want to give that up for free.
Yeah, I think we got to see some really good things from Tilt City in the last fight as they let Logical fire off, but going a little too close. Oh, baby!
That's a massive poke, though, as it looks like Baby is actually gonna make it out, and massive damage. Chicken Lady falling as well. Tyrant coming in on the Ahri. Logical losing their life, and that's 4. Ailish is able to get a massive team fight victory, and this could be the top turret falling as well. They only have 2 minions, so I don't know if they'll be able to finish it off, but that's going to be a lot of damage.
But their target prioritization from the side of Tilt City Banditos was just not good enough there, as we get a replay of this, taking way too much poke damage. And similar kind of a concept from last game, Logical's not in this fight. My damage dealers are here doing DPS, and yours is not. So, meanwhile, like, Tilt City Banditos, they lose the fight. They get the Rift Herald, but it's a pretty Pyrrhic victory, I think, for Tilt City. As, again, on the opposite side, we mentioned it before that fight, Lane is just farming, getting gold by themselves, getting alone time with the bot tier 1, as well as just getting more gold into their back pocket. So, gotta be feeling good, especially with Fiora now back in the game for them. Tilt City Banditos, they need to have a little bit better position. Their setup for objectives just not quite clean enough.
Ooh, Consequence able to get the stun off. Thresh, though, here with a massive hook, and that is INF losing their life, and that's the Rift dropped as well. And that's something I was going to say for Tilt City Banditos. Yes, they got Rift in that last fight, but top turret already fell. With this Rift Herald, I can't emphasize it enough. Oftentimes when you go for that objective, when you trade the Dragon for the Rift, you do that so that you can get first turret. So if you lose the Rift fight and you lose first turret, it mitigates so much of the reason of why you want that.
Yeah, not even just, even if you're just like not trying to get first turret, getting a full turret is worth enough. Like, yes, there's a little bit more gold packed than just getting first turret, but they got 2 plates. Consequence could knock this down, but doesn't know where enough people are at this point. And Academy already got solo kill during that last fight. Trying to go for it again.
As Academy is going to lose their life, and Tyrant, it looks like he's going to escape. He's going to get 2. Absolutely styling on him. You didn't have to do it so based like that, but the Ahri making plays. I was hyping up Academy on this Ahri, and maybe I had it wrong. Maybe my show notes were not right, as Chicken Lady is going to be the next to fall. And this game is coming up all Ailish, as they're going to translate this to a mid-turret as well.
Oh, it feels like deja vu, because during that top lane scuffle with the Rift Herald, Tyrant solo killed Academy under the turret. Their turret was getting sieged upon, and Academy just went for a dive. And this is definitely deja vu for Tyrant. Flash, ult out. ENF sitting here with those Cyclone. He's just spinning, spin to win. Just doesn't quite come up heads for them. And Really good job for Tyrant. I like that you were talking about Academy being the Ahri player. We got the Ahri player right being in the series. Maybe not on the right team.
Yeah, as Tyrant currently sitting 5-0-2, leading the gold chart at 9,000, pretty much an 8k gold lead 8 minutes into the game here. It is looking like Eilish is set up in the driver's seat to advance past this series. It's not over yet. Tilt City Banditos, we saw them in the last game have some signs of life in the late game, but I feel like against the composition with a Vayne, with a Fiora, with these massive late game carries, this is going to be an even larger mountain to climb for them.
Usually when you're behind, it is only when the opponent makes a mistake that you can try to come back. They'll get a dragon in their back pocket, and thanks to the timer, we're gonna Suna. You know what? Sick.
Maybe it was 5-head. Look, now
it was
now
5-head.
They got the
They're
lantern.
here.
They got the flank. Chicken lady gonna use the taunt, but all three of them, they don't have a tower here as well, as Charm's gonna come out and Suda is able to connect onto the Wukong as well. Guys, I flashed. It was on purpose. It's so we would be able to get there in time for the rotate, as it looks
and Lin's
like
here.
Baby going in. Lin wants Academy as well, and that's gonna be 1, 2, 3. We'll take that. We'll take a rift, and Tyrant is godlike at this moment.
Meanwhile, in the dragon lane, Consequence, he's getting turrets. It's another kill onto Logical here. Exhaust, Ignite, ulted, dead. 80 carry again going down for Tilt City Banditos, and it feels like no matter what they do, Eilish are just there. They're the boogeyman, right? Like, everywhere they turn, you look inside your fridge, Eilish is there. There's an Ahri charm coming out of nowhere. You go to the bathroom, boom, there's a Thresh hook coming out of the shower curtains. It's just disgusting what Eilish are doing now.
Yeah, and we're averaging over 2 kills a minute. Eilish at 16 kills 10 minutes into the game. This has been a brawly one. You know what I'm saying? Like, wow. I already know so far who my star player is going to be. There's a lot of game to still be played, but so far Tyrant is an absolute monster on this Ahri. And as, a mid laner, as a mage player, I love a dominant performance on a hero like this, because it is not easy, right? On this champion, it's all about your charms. It's all about your positioning, and Tyrant has just shown up today with a great performance.
And I think the cool thing so far we haven't seen from Tyrant that we'll have to track throughout the rest of the qualifier is control mage play, right? Because a lot of mid lane, specifically a lot of bot lane right now, is dominated by, can you just hold the wave? Ooh. I say that, Chicken Lady, wave to the camera. Wave, smile and wave, boys.
Farewell, our brave soldier, out there trying to scout some vision. But yeah, that's kind of the life of the support, though. When you get behind, you're trying to, posture, trying to get wards down, and sometimes you end up falling as Tyrant.
What?
Oh my gosh, predicting!
Hello?
That was pretty sick, and Juke's out as well. Flash going out. Tyrant with the last auto. Okay, yeah, Tyrant's got Academy's number in this game, that's for sure.
Okay, so there's been a lot of charms that have been landed through the Kali Shroud, so props to Tyrant. We're gonna need a TO to investigate his phone after this one, as Engage comes out.
Yeah, quite the dive here, as Lin, taking a lot of turret shots, is going to be able to survive as they're pushing here into the tier 2 as well. Charm not going to connect, as Consequence on the Renekton is a bit deep, is going to lose their life. They have lost their jungler, they have lost their Baron laner, and this is going to be an inhibitor turret falling as well. Oh, Baby going for the snipe onto Logical, but it's not going to be able to connect.
Oh, that's so close. But yeah, Rift Herald, I'm kind of sad, because Eilish definitely could have gone for Pause Champ. Wait, pause?
Lin?
Okay, alright, yeah. They could have gone for Dancing Shelly. And at that point, who's the real winner there? I feel like chat definitely wins. We as the broadcast crew win when I get to see Dancing Herald. Yeah, I'm kind of sad about that. Tyrant, ooh. What are these charms? They're magnetic. Again, I don't know if maybe there's just auto aim. I'm gonna need Tyrant to give me his keypad layout, because he's just so good with it.
Yeah, 10-0-4, almost 14,000 gold as we're 13 minutes into the game. If you're averaging around 1,000 gold a minute, in a pro game, that is a very powerful performance, as this is looking disastrous. 16,000 gold down for Tilt City Banditos. Backs up against the wall. They're going to have to pull some sort of rabbit out of a hat to bring this one back, as Team Ailish has been dominating start to finish.
All I'm seeing as soon as Flash is down and they try to go for like a pick onto Consequence this entire time. Baron is up. We got to start thinking, since Ailish are slated to win this game, we should try to give them a logo. So their name is not really inspiring. Doesn't really give me like a lot of. The only thing I can think of is obviously the artist, Billie Eilish. So I'm trying to like incorporate something from her brand into this. I don't know if you have any ideas. As Tyrant goes in.
Ooh, as Consequence, a massive flank coming out from Suna. Able to connect. Oh, actually, Academy here, though, on the Fiora. This is a pretty desperation play. Logical flashing forward. Able to connect the ult, actually, onto Tyrant. That's a thresh down. This potentially a 1-for-1.
But look at Lin. Lin is split pushing. They can end the game here.
Maybe that's their logo, is some sort of split push, as it looks like Jace here going in the charm, connecting onto Galio. Logical getting blown up, as that is 3 taken down. As Fiora flashing forward is going to pop the GA onto the Wukong and is going to finish off their life as well.
Jungler versus jungler combat. This is the only time junglers get to do this. Thankfully for the side of Ailish, their jungler is just a little bit more strong than the Wukong. 3 inhibitors almost down here, as the last one to fall is going to be the Dragon Lane yet again. Michael, I think Twitch chat can also kind of participate in this one. When I talk about Ailish, or when we talk about Ailish, we show this team, what color comes to mind? Like, if you close your eyes, like, what is the feeling that you get when you think about this team?
I mean, I'm gonna have to go with red, because all I can think about is the blood of their enemies, you know, and how they're sweeping them up.
I'm gonna check on the App Store. I'm pretty sure we have a PG rating. I don't know. If
No.
I don't even think we can show blood in the game.
Monka TOS.
Actually.
Yeah, I mean, as it looks like, though, Chicken Lady here going to be forced to flash out. That's a Varus ultimate, as well, as they are baiting around the Baron. Jace going to be able to walk to safety, but Tyrant going in and blowing up the jungler, blowing up the smite. Oh, the timing on that hook from Suna. The second Chicken Lady falls off their ultimate, gets a, nice little treat. A hook in return is logical. The Varus is going to die. There's one left, and that is going to be Consequence. That's going to be all 5 champions down. This was all Ailish start to finish, and they have secured themselves a 2-0 victory over Tilt City Banditos.
There it is, and it was pretty dominant. We're taking a look at the gold graph. It's like almost 25,000 gold at the end of the game there. Yeah, there it is. 20,000 gold there for Ailish, and it was even. They got Rift Herald at one point. Yeah, it is definitely looking good for Ailish. 30-6 coming into this as a brand new roster. I think when we're looking at this team, I am kind of really excited, right? We're still seeing good performances out of Tyrant and Lin, and the pieces around them are performing. Baby as a carry top laner is looking pretty good. Colt Brawl Stars potentially as a really standout jungler so far in the qualifiers.
Yeah. But, I mean, that game was all Tyrant on this Ahri. Yep. Taking it away from Academy, definitely going to be the star player for me, hands down, without a doubt. Was godlike in that game, was destroying, I mean, the prediction charms onto Academy when, the Akali is in their shroud. Just such a dominant performance. And also, it's like, it's a takeaway, right? It's like Academy played this in the last game. I was hyping up Academy as an Ahri player going into this series, but little did I know Tyrant was actually the alpha on that hero. And, I'll be curious to see as the tournament goes on. Is that something people ban away? Is that something people respect? Because it was powerful.
Yeah, in this game, I think Lin definitely took a bigger back seat. Kind of just doing damage. Could have done that on most other marksmen, considering what just happened. The game just blew up because of mid lane. Tyrant finding multiple solo kills in the side lane. And Fiora, despite this early game, their first, the first few minutes in this one was a lot better for Tilt City. But it came down to Baby, the top side of the map really all connecting and giving a pretty huge winning condition for their team.
Yeah, this was the moment too, as Varus shows up a bit late to the fight. And at this point, so much damage has been done. Wukong, Renekton both zoned out, Academy falling to the Vayne, and then Logical is going to flash and trade onto the Vayne here, but does lose their life. And if you're, the side of the blue team, you're really happy with that trade. You get a bunch of kills, and here the Jace as well, able to, even though they lose the Rift World, translate this into 3, into 4 kills, as Tyrant on the Ahri coming in here is going to be able to charm, going to be able to take out the Varus. And I feel like this really was the moment where the game broke open for Ailish. They got 4 heroes, they got the top tower as well.
Exactly. It was just Baby setting down poke, Tyrant as well, I think showing, obviously, like we've been talking about, a really great Ahri performance as our star player, and it's just kind of following up on the poke. Really, when we're talking about these poke compositions, Jace falls into that where you do the accelerated shock blast and all of a sudden you're set up for your rest of your team. You let Ahri and Fiora pick off the enemy champions that are super low HP, and Lyn kind of just gets to play like the farming simulator. Like, yeah, I'm on a side lane, yeah, maybe I get sacrificed, but I mean, it is literally just the solo lanes in this game around. And so coming into the rest of their bracket, I want to make sure that I have their bracket kind of set up correctly. They are in Group C. They're going to have to face against Saint at some point. So I think that's a super fun time to try and play that one out, as we get to take a look at this. Similar to what we saw in Game 1, our star player getting 32% of the damage on their team, and this time around, 1,000 gold per minute.
On the dot too, like not even 1,001, 1,000 on the dot. Easy calc. We did that on purpose. But the 32% damage, that's something, especially on an Ahri, on a mid laner, like not known. You said that going into this, Ahri is not a massive damage dealer, right? And so to be able to put up that level of damage number as an Ahri, as someone that's so skill shot dependent, I think that is like a testament to how powerful of a performance that was from Tyrant.
And hopefully we'll get to see more of that as we take a look at the format, as we get to take a look at the rest of the groups and see maybe how they're shaking out. Remember, this is the second circuit, so we've had 2 qualifiers. Both of them are going to have 2 days, a bunch of GSL groups, and they'll lead right into the major after a top 8 single elim bracket. Then the top 2 from our second day tomorrow will qualify for the major, where we see it's 8 teams, double elim, and top 2 teams immediately qualify for the WNS Season 1 Championships. A lot on the line here, and this is basically the last stop before we get to the second major. We get to take a look at the prize pool as well. Michael, as a former pro player who also took part in this, like, talk to me about the huge influx of money coming into the scene.
I mean, it's massive. Like the landscape for Wild Rift in 2022 is so exciting, right? Like that's a big part of why I chose this game, was like, I think, Riot with League of Legends, like there's currently a mobile MOBA race going on. There's a lot of different games, and I feel like Wild Rift is poised to be the mobile MOBA of the future. And them investing into the esports scene is such an important component for that. You need to make it advantageous enough for these talented players to be able to do this full time, to be able to commit a large amount of their time to become the best Wild Rift players that they can be, which for us as the broadcast, for you as the fan at home, that means you get even better action, you get even better just watching it. You get to watch Wild Rift played at the best level that it can be, which will translate to your own games. You'll maybe pick up something that you saw in the pro and do that yourself. And so that massive prize pool is something that's so exciting. And one thing to know is that upcoming regional Major 2 is big, because top 2 teams will have qualified to that. And that is really, every single pro player, their dream is to play at Worlds, right? Their dream is to play on that international stage, and this is just one step on the road to being able to get there.
And this is what all the teams are fighting for, as we get to take a look at some of the brackets for the rest of the day here. So far, a couple of the games are filling out. Obviously, Demons taking a win over God of War over in Group B. Still kind of waiting on the reactions there. Are there any kind of standouts? Are we looking for Reflexion to obviously take Team 1? But Group B is looking, I think, between Family and Demons, I think they could kind of go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, both of them really high caliber teams, and I'll be excited to see which one's, able to come on top for that group. I mean, Family, someone that I've watched, over the last 6, 8 months and have really enjoyed the progression, specifically, a player like Soju Rain, excited to see how he's able to do. Is currently leading the ladder in C9 in-houses, has been dominating. And my question will be, can he turn that into, a massive qualifier performance? Because that's really what matters, being a top tier player on a top tier pro team. That's what you're looking to do.
And we will actually even get to take a look at the Family roster, as that'll be one of our teams to look at coming into our next game, Family versus Demons. Soju Rain, a player who there's a ton of memes about him trying to find a team, and talking with him, he said, I want to show everybody that is watching that I deserve to be on a team, that like I'm playing aggressively, and that I am a really good competitive player.
Yeah, and the team they're going to be facing up against, I mean, they're going to have a pretty intense matchup in this bot lane, as Griff, that ADC, across from Soju, is going to be the player that I'm really watching. Former C9, also played on Enemy, two, very high tier teams within the Wild Rift scene, is just going to bring so much experience, so much talent to this roster. So really, in this next series, we are going to have a battle of the bot lane, and yes, I'm excited to see who comes out on top.
I hope we get that, because that'll be a lot of fun between these two. But again, we're going to take a short break here and set up for Family versus Demons. You won't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are still here with Family versus Demons. This is match 2 of the top 16. I'm still Ock Battery. This is still Michael Udall. We're getting right into the draft here.
We love that. We love right into the Wilder faction. Quite an intense series we had in the last one. Ailish definitely did a very dominant performance. But what I always love to see as each series progresses is what's going to be the new meta, right? What are going to be the new champions that are prioritized? And right out the gate, we see a Renekton first pick. So, love to see what each team prioritizes and how that'll change, from today to tomorrow.
And still, we're coming into brand new teams, right? So we're not even getting like the cross mingling of like what's working for one group could also not be working in another. Yep. And some of these teams may have scrimmaged each other, saying like, look, these are the people that we're in our group with. Let's try and get scrimmages with other teams that are maybe outside of our group, maybe as a last minute prep on the day. So looking forward to that, as Jace is going to be hitting the ban table again, Thresh as well. So we'll be seeing new champions there. Getting Camille Renekton alongside the Gragas and Lee Sin family, I think, setting up with some really good champions that have great setup. I want to see what damage carries they pick up on the opposite side. Yes! Okay, everything else doesn't matter. We've got Yuumi. She's on. It's you and me, Book. Let's go.
Ooh, and the champion of the patch, we've been saying it, got lots of buffs in the most recent patch, has been doing, so much. I'll be curious to see. Camille, a character that can definitely be empowered by that Yuumi, but I'll be curious to see what other, like ADC, potentially mid, they do look to pair up with it. And we're going to see Big Daddy Garen coming in, the tank themselves. So a very beefy front line so far for the side of Team Family.
I love the fact that we're getting not only Yuumi, but taking away Garen for the side of Family is really, really good. TJ, another broadcast, he has a blog. If you go over to esportstj.com, he's talking about like the answers to Yuumi and the things that go well with Yuumi. Yuumi loves big, beefy bruisers. What's good with that? Renekton and Camille. They kind of really love having the additional mobility that Yuumi provides to them and the lockdown that her ult gives. But Garen's also another champion that loves that, and his answer to Yuumi was also Garen. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. Like, it's good, but also can really be good against the Yuumi. So we'll have to see what kind of comes out of that, as they're setting up full front line for Soju to carry this one.
Yeah, we talked about, as the broadcast was ending before break, how this series is going to be a battle of the bot lane. And we've got Soju on that. Vayne, a very, feast or famine AD carry. It all comes down to how well can you do it. And Griff is going to be rocking that Kai'Sa, a very similar, not exactly the same, but very similar in the sense that high playmaking potential.
Yep, especially with the ultimate, right? The killer instinct. Also, I just love kind of the small nod. Soju amongst the community was known as like basically almost a Kai'Sa one trick. He's been trying to dispel that for the longest time since last year. And so taking that away and playing the Kai'Sa matchup against him, it's kind of a little bit of a fun nod player versus player. But getting the Twisted Fate to kind of round out this composition, Demons going for kind of a really strong front line. I don't think Twisted Fate offers a lot of kind of consistent high damage numbers when you look at other mid laners, but when we're talking about playing to side lanes, playing for picks, they're going all in on this, wanting to make sure that Kai'Sa and Camille are set up for success.
Yeah, and going to be the set last pick. So much tank, so much beef for the side of Team Family. And they have a lot of crowd control, a lot of CC going with it. But I really think it's going to be so important to, can Soju get off to a good early game? It's so important that they have this Vayne damage, doing as much as they can in the mid to late game. Because if for some reason Soju gets down bad in the early game, they are going to have serious damage problems as the game goes on. Yeah,
especially if Soju is taken out, like you said, like, his follow-up is just Lee Sin. And so they're playing a relatively low-range, high-threat composition when you're looking at all of these really good bruisers. Vayne and Lee Sin are kind of going to have to be working overtime. But you look across from them, Demon don't have very good ways of blowing up tanks. Like, Camille does a little bit of true damage. There's a Blade of the Ruin King and some of the builds for their carries on Demon. But Yuumi against a bunch of brawlers kind of feels a little bit bad. She can't out-heal their damage because they're all just permanently crowd controlling you.
Yeah, and I'm really worried for the Twisted Fate as well. you gold card one of these tanks, they're not necessarily going to die, but we are going to be getting into it. Game number 1 of Demon versus Family. This is going to be a grudge match, a battle of the bot lane. Who is going to be able to take it? Who is going to be the victor? Go nowhere, because you're about to find out.
Exactly. Talking about Yuumi, if you didn't see her on the patch, she got some number changes to her just baseline stats, her mana regen, her Q, her her first ability, the Prowling Projectile, the heal on her third ability, even the ultimate got a little bit of a change, and it's just ridiculous what this champion can do. She almost never runs out of mana now in the laning phase, depending on what build you go, and I've been playing a lot of it in solo queue with some of our fellow broadcast talent, and I just call Yuumi the Great Eraser, because as you can see, Griff takes a horrible trade, and Yuumi just heals all of it, and now it's like, okay, well, we're good.
Yeah, and Soju, in contrast, right, is at about 60% HP. So, another trade like that, and Soju all of a sudden becomes, potentially killable, as Garen in the middle lane does provide a lot of wave clear, allows them to get quick rotates, as we see the Lee Sin on the top side. So a good ward coming out from the TF here, recognizing that Lee was around that top side, doesn't want to get ganked.
That's just a solo potential? Cosmic doing a ton of damage with this Lee Sin, and well, Yenna is going to come mid to fix and hope for to try to save Sun Miao in the mid lane. I'm a little bit worried right now for Demons. Family, when you look at their solo lanes, they basically just picked up a bunch of rocks. They went down to the beach, they picked up all the pretty rocks on the shore and just put them in the lanes. They're immovable, they don't take a lot of damage, they hurt a lot if they get thrown at you. Ooh. Cosmic?
Yeah, no, with the flash forward, it's not going to be enough, as
Thrown
on the Lee Sin, going to be able to take out the TF before the gold card connects, and Garen going to be able to silence.
Here's Yuumi.
Here comes Yuumi. Are they going to be able to translate this to 1-2 kills? Okay, they trade 1 for 1, but that's a full collapse, as Set able to pull them in, and that is going to be a 3 for 1 in favor of Family.
Chat, look away. Yuumi just died. The cutest cat on the rift just went down. Really good response coming out from Family. Cosmic not only not going down, but also picking up 3 assists in that play as we get a replay of that. I just want to see how long kind of Throne waits for this, because look at Cosmic. He's just like, I'm sitting on the sidelines. I'm going to let Garen do the regen thing where I almost never die and I have a ton of healing. And while trying to save his jungler, that way I think kind of gives the wrong impression. I think they're calling like, oh, let's just go for this kill. Let's try to finish this off. But Yuumi doesn't actually kind of apply much, and as we come out of the replay, Yumi's dead again! Michael, I'm so sad!
Oh, your kitty cat is dying.
No.
But in that replay, I just wanted to note, you had a support and a Baron later roam, as Toki actually on the top lane here is getting gone on. Renekton baiting, as Yenna is going to be able to connect their ult as well. Are they going to be able to take Toki out here? No, they're not. Such a massive play from Toki. Still has flash available as well, so great play from them so far, because the reason I just want to say that Toki was able to roam towards the mid is because they baited out the Renekton flash and ignite, as Toki actually, as I'm praising him, is going to be forced to flash away, going a bit aggressive, trying to take the 2v1, feeling, a bit styling this game. Really would have liked to see them just back off and lose their life, and that's actually a pretty big deal, as Renekton is now back in the game and now actually has a gold lead over Toki.
Not only that, but there's also just going to be an inherent gold experience deficit that he's going to be facing, right? Because they did just get a wave under that turret. Throne is going to be the one to pick it up, but it gives time for Renekton to pick up their item, finish the Blade of the Ruin King. Toki, with all the resources that this champion tends to have, did survive the first gank. It's like you said, he was a little bit greedy, walked up, and maybe just didn't respect the fact that Yenna just left. Yenna's like not super far. You're playing Camille. You can just hook shot over the wall at a given point. So a little bit of a mistake there. Toki, another player who has been in the WNS as well as the Summoner Series for a really long time. Kind of expecting a few better things from them as the game goes on. But setting up for Dragon now. Yenna going straight on to Cosmic, but he's playing Garen. He just shrugs it off.
Yeah, chunking him down to about half HP, but because of the Kaisa back here from Griff, this is going to allow the side of Team Fam to finish up the Dragon and get it for basically for free. If they want to, they can pressure this bottom tier 1, or they can opt into contesting the Rift Herald.
They want to go for this. Now, Renekton did just pop the Dominance and trade it onto Toki, but there's a ton of HP regen. Griff is here, Yuumi is here, can Throne make the steal?
Yeah, Toki does as well. Griff coming in, able to do a decent amount of damage here, is thrown on the Lee Sin, forced to flash out, is going to fall as Griff here on the Kaisa. Is that hyper carry doing so much damage? Camille going to be able to connect the ult, and Soju Rain coming in and cleaning up, able to take out the AD counterpart, as a great flash from the TF here will get them and their, nice little cat to safety.
Two things help out the family in that last fight. One, target prioritization from Demons. They were a little all over the place, going for multiple different members. But also, Zine, or Zian, on this Gragas, the ultimate keeps TF out. So the Twisted Fate ultimate, the Twisted Fate crowd control is not able to lock down individual members. Soju Rain just barely escapes out of the mid lane, is able to finally get a reset, and to finally, after getting the Rift Herald, they should be able to get this mid turret.
Yeah, and that's pretty big if they are able to finish this up here, as they got a pretty good amount of damage onto the mid tower. Okay, mid tower is like a massive objective. I just want everyone to know, like, in your mind, you should think of this as like equitable to like Infernal Dragon, right? Like that, maybe that's controversial, but I feel like it just opens up so much map pressure, and the fact that they were able to get that 6 minutes into the game is going to be big for their ability to rotate onto these side lanes to invade the red team's jungle, and that is a massive play for Demon.
We'll have to set up for after this. Let's see what they can do with. Ooh, nice engage on. Okay, goodbye barcode. I was gonna say, it's a pretty controversial opinion. Are you saying that mid lane is potentially the most important lane in the game?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think that's controversial. I was thinking it being Infernal. I think mid lane tower is 100%. I mean, if you're in mid, you can go to top or bottom. So it is the most impactful because you can get to any lane. You can get to the jungle, as Griff here is falling very low. Toki not able to finish it off, but Cosmic Soul on the Garen with the flash forward is able to execute. Can they get the TF as well? Yellow card on to Toki, onto the set.
Say goodbye, boys.
But Garen chasing them down. Cosmic Soul wants it, but they're not able to get the pull in. So it's just going to be an 80 for 80 trade.
Oh my god. And they may even just go straight up for the dive here. Cosmic is still tanky. They're popping stone plates under turret. They want plates. Zine's like, step up, I dare you. I got a barrel ready for you. They're gonna grab this turret.
Ooh, that's massive.
There it is.
Gragas follow up as well, and now it's just gonna be a kitty jumping onto it. Renekton actually, as the ult from Toki is coming out, as it looks like Renekton able to get the stun, and that is a very sad set. Just trying to escape. I don't think they're gonna be able to do it. No shot, no way.
I just love this. Slowly going to chase him out. Soju Rain gives the heal over. Toki is going to go down. Yena holding the hook shot.
Ooh. No mid tower means they could potentially die this. Yena, though, is going to back off a bit aggressive, but that is both summoners used on your most important character, on your Vayne. Soju trying to save Toki, ended up using their flash, ended up using their heal, and we'll see if that comes back to bite them when a next team fight ends up fighting.
You're talking about next team fight. 30 seconds is Drake. 40 is the Rift Herald coming up soon. And now Soju Rain without flash, without heal, is in a bit of a predicament. What do? Can you get away from Twisted Fate Gold card, which can see you while you're invisible during the final hour? So a lot of threat that can just go right onto them. This is a composition from Demons that I like to call threat overload. There are so many damage carries that if you can't stop them from the side of family, then you kind of just get overwhelmed and you really can't do anything. So now here, Dragons up. We have all of them set up from the side of Demons. Can they get over? And we talked about it during the draft as well. Family, if Soju Rain is taken out of a fight, the damage is really not there. Like Garen, maybe.
Oh, as actually the TF here is going to get face check that bush and die, as Yena is going to be the next to fall as well. A great setup from Team Fam. Just, going straight to the bush, saying, you know what, let's not start the dragon like they're going to expect us to. Let's go straight for the 2 picks, because if we get kills, that means we get a free objective. And on top of that, they're rotating towards the Rift Herald, and this looks like it's going to be both objectives going the way of Team Fam, but we'll see how the Rift fight goes.
Family is in the lead here, and it's a byproduct of playing Yuumi. She gives up a lot of her agency because she has to connect to you, right? She attaches, calls it a day. They're going right on to mid lane. Toki flashes.
Oh, Griff, massive barrel but Griff actually able to escape here. Now Yenna going in.
Look at the healing,
able
though.
to get the turnaround kill onto Toki. Can they
Wait.
get more? The proto-boat forward. The lead kick is massive from Throne. Oh, though, the TF ult coming in. TF going really aggressive here with the instant flash out, prolonging this fight as Renekton in the background doing a lot of damage, but Cosmic Soul on the Garen going 1v3 and saying, I'll take your life, TF, and I'll get out.
There you go. Again, TF doesn't have enough damage. Griff should fall here.
Oh,
yeah,
Yuumi.
there it is.
Yeah,
I love Yuumi
not
so
enough.
much. She's so
Yuumi
cute.
trying to turn around, though.
Okay.
The Gragas.
Oh, no. I don't know if they could go for the dive. Throne, go for it. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, kick, finish it off. Rampage for Throne, Rift Herald spawn. Demons are unable to deal with the brute force of the family as Yenna's caught as well.
Yeah, I believe that's a solo kill coming out from Soju. This is just, these last couple of minutes have come up all family. Dragon Rift, mid tower kills all over the place. And off of that, they're at basically an 8k gold lead as Renekton Barcode is walking in, face checking into Toki as well as Throne. Was able to get a ward down, which, could be impactful later. But yeah, this is a scary situation for Team Demon.
Demons, they're walking into Fog of War, into a bunch of blind champions that are really good at doing that. Like, if I'm playing this very low range composition from the side of family, I want to control vision, make sure that they're walking into us, and giving Garen as much space as possible to do what they want alongside the Vayne. So, family, kind of playing this, it's definitely been a much scrappier game. We haven't seen quite the clean setups that I would like to see from some of the teams, but we're seeing Yuumi get punished. Yuumi does not deal well with bruisers.
Dude, they are just running them down.
Oh no!
The ultimate's gonna kick. This is a pretty big Zonya as the rotation coming in as well. Yenna trying to survive. The Renekton actually is gonna die first as Camille and Renekton fall. And now if you're a Kaisa, if you're a TF, this is a scary situation. You can't kill these beef lords, and if they connect a stun on you, you're potentially gonna die.
We're talking about fighting demons right now. They're gonna have to fight a few more on the blue side here. Just look at how they're set up. There's so many members because of those two players going down, Yenna and Barcode. Soju's just splitting, getting gold for themselves as the Vayne. That's what we wanted to see. Give her more resources, give her gold, let her win you the game. And similar to last game, actually, Vayne, while impactful so far, is definitely taking a little bit more of a back seat to her solo lanes on her team.
Yeah, but this is a good. Oh, I don't love this. This is a bit scary. Soju also has a lot of money in their pocket. Just finished up killing that tier 2 on the top lane. So would like to see them back. As there's going to be objectives spawning soon. Infernal in 25 seconds. So would expect to see Soju complete their third item going into this, and there it is. There's the Phantom Dancer, and this is going to be a very hard hitting Vayne at this point.
Just look at this from family. Like, Cosmic is walking in, no fear. You know that you're going to regen HP, that you're going to live through basically almost the entire damage threat. And we talked about Twisted Fate in this composition, feeling a little bit weird, feeling like he doesn't quite fit the style that Demons wanted to play. And he's definitely not going to do damage against any of these frontliners. So Griff recalling means that Demons, they're going to give up the Infernal Drake. They've already lost a ton of their turrets. And now, what is their win condition? They don't particularly scale as well as someone like Family, and 3 Drakes to nothing, coming up with Baron already on the table. It's looking rough.
Yeah, I feel like their play is that they have to get a pick onto Soju, but he also has that QSS, has the ability to cleanse out a gold card, and is actually going to steal away the blue from Yenna. If you're the Camille, you're like, watch back on the broadcast. I was so close.
Oh no, I'm Camille. I lost blue. Oh no.
I'm a mid player, dude. If I ever lose blue, it's actually the card
just
does come out. Yeah, great QSS from Rain here as Toki getting
Toki!
the flash out though, doing a decent amount of return damage, but that's Toki falling. Soju getting gone on here, trying to survive, kiting the Renekton beautifully as they overextended a bit for it. Soju turning it around, thrown on the lead, coming in as that's going to be 3 falling. It's just a TF, it's just a Yuumi alive, and they can just back off in Baron or they want more kills. The flash is not going to connect as Zine on the Gragas is going to lose that fight. An over chase. That was a free Baron. And now you lose your GA from Lee, you lose your Gragas life, and you can't Baron anymore.
Oh, man. The fact that Soju survived that started with him getting gold-carded QSS, flashed out. Yenna goes on top of him, barcodes there. You say that they can't do Baron, but, Michael, I see a Lee Sin, and I see a very fed Vayne that does this. Shreds this Baron, twisted, or TP coming in from Toki. This should be their objective to take. Demons... Yeah. It doesn't matter. If their first punch is not a good one, Family just knock them out of the game.
Definitely. I misspoke. I thought that the TF and Yuumi would be able to pressure them off that, but they were not able to. And I mean, 2 tanky frontliners and the massive DPS of Vayne is going to allow them to do it. And at this point, they are 12,000 gold ahead, 3 dragons ahead, a Baron buffed team. This looks like a potential game-ending scenario for the side of Team Fam. They want to advance to tomorrow. They want this victory. And the question is, can Demon actually survive? Can they actually hold out a defense here?
It's going to be tough. Going to be kind of a rough one just because they don't exactly have a lot of proactive engage tools. Their crowd control is really just Yenna maybe going forward and Sumio finding a gold card. And if those are my crowd control options, especially a Soju who already has the Quicksilver Sash, I'm hard pressed to find an engage on some of the carries here.
Yeah, and great patience from the side of Family, getting a lot of split push pressure in on the side lanes. You have Garen, you have Lee Sin, 2 incredibly difficult champions to gank, right? Like, it's very hard to kill either of those. This Cosmic Soul here is just going to be hitting the tower. Toki with a massive ult, as well as being able to pull TF in, but Zine,
let's go!
Bit of a, sad play there, pushing the TF away, pushing the TF to safety, but they lost top inhib, they lost bot inhib, and they're losing lives here as the Gragas is going to die. Toki as well is a bit low. It looks like Yenna is going to activate the Zhonyas, but this looks like it's going to be game number 1, going the way to Family. There potentially is a scenario where they save this, but it looks hard as Cosmic Soul on the Garen is trying to escape, not going to be able to do it, but the big DPS machine, Soju Rain, is alive. They have to kill him, otherwise this is going to be a GG as you see Rain. He wants it, he wants the kill, and he gets it. That is TF falling, and with that, that's the hopes and dreams of Demon in game number 1 as Family with a dominant victory.
Yeah, and it takes one more win from Family to be set up to go immediately into our top 8 tomorrow. Family looking good, even with new players, Cosmic Soul and Soju Rain coming in, replacing the AD carry in mid lane positions, and looking good, almost like they didn't quite miss a beat here.
Yeah, a very strong performance on them, but also I kind of want to call draft diff. Like, it felt like the TF. Yeah,
is that what we're doing? Well, are we slamming the draft diff button?
I also want to slam draft diff because, like, what does TF do in this game? You know, like, it's so hard. Like, once Vayne gets that QSS, you yellow card the Vayne and then the QSS, and you can't kill anyone else. And I don't know. I felt like the draft was just really strong for Fam. I think they played it really well, also, but. Valerie, who are you thinking for the star player in this game? Who are you giving it to? I'm not sure.
I want to give this to Throne. I know it might seem a little weird, but Throne's Lee Sin was really sick this game. I know all eyes are on Soju for surviving a lot of these plays. It's either going to be Throne or Cosmic in my eyes. Either of these two guys. I'm trying to just confuse all of production while we're doing this.
I think it's Throne, though. I mean, that Lee Sin, especially in the early to mid game, secured the late game they needed, right? Like, Soju's job, split push, you know, get far enough ahead so that in those late game team fights, you can survive. But really, who created that space for them? And for me, it was Throne on that Lee Sin. Had a lot of really impactful moments in the early game to just, you know, set up success for their team later on.
Yeah, and I'm glad, Michael Udall, that when we have you and that you already slammed the draft diff button, because I feel exactly the same way. Like, they got Yuumi. Awesome. Thumbs up. You got the grade A from me. You get your participation medal, like the, you know, you tried star, but like, Yuumi doesn't have a lot of great pairs. Like, yes, she has Kaisa, which personally I love this combination, but you get to see here how much influence Throne had on the early game, and like you were saying, the Twisted Fate kind of feels like a little bit of like a, I don't want to say like a bait, similar to almost like a red herring. Like, this champion is not actually in this draft. Like, it doesn't kill any tanks. They had no way of dealing with the bruisers. And I think the only way that this draft looks good from the side of Demons is if the early game for Family is absolutely catastrophic. Like, they need to be super far behind for something that to go in their favor. But we're getting the highlight reel here of Family.
Yeah, like what a brawl here. As I mean, you see TF on the side here trying to do damage, but just not, you know, it's like, and it's not even that they're not playing it well. It's just, you know, kind of the nature of the champion. As here, Toki, though, having a massive pull. But I mean, there the TF did do a good job taking out Soju Rain, but I loved this play from Cosmic Soul, the flash into the ultimate, and then they try to chase down the TF here. Don't think, you know, they're going to be able to get it, but yeah, this was the turning point. This is what opened up the game. These two picks here into the Dragon, into the Rift, and this is just a massive moment for Family. This was when I felt like they took that strong driver's seat in the game, and after that, they just never gave it up.
It's that point, I'm sure you can speak to this as a player, when you're in the game, you're playing in a competitive environment, and a team fight goes wrong, or specifically talking about that Dragon setup where it happens, the players die, comms are a little silent, and then everyone has that like sinking feeling like, ooh, I think the game's over.
Yeah, it's just like momentum is completely swung. And in this fight, Soju surviving, barely making it out, had the Renekton, had the Camille right on top of them, but was able to survive. And because of that, the Lee Sin Throne able to get a triple, able to just, you know, destroy the backliners for the other team. And yeah, I mean, as a pro player, it is hard, right? Like when you have that moment where you feel the momentum slipping, when you know that we really needed that Dragon fight, that was our chance to, you know, equalize the game or to get ahead. It is so hard to bounce back from that in game. And I'll be curious to see how they bounce back in this game number 2.
Exactly. Speaking with Cosmic before the tournament, he was saying, like, I want this to be, with this team specifically, I want it to be a journey where me and my teammates, we can have fun while we're also playing competitively at a high level. He's like, I think a lot of people tend to get like the wrong impression that playing in something like the WNS, that people get very, very nervous, they get anxious, there's a lot of high tensions, but him as a person, if you've watched his streams, very happy-go-lucky, like, we're having fun. He wants to kind of help his team with that during the game. Koro and them coming in, playing with a whole new team, their playstyle is a lot different. You can see here, Throne just making a huge difference. Almost that 1,000 gold per minute mark that we had marked for the game before, and I mean the KDA to match it with such a great performance.
Yeah, the kill participation is massive for me. 65% of the kills, being there pretty much every time when they were roaming around, right? Especially when they got an advantage, they just absolutely took over the red side jungle of the opposing team. And Lee Sin was always in there looking for opportunities, looking for picks, and Throne having the awareness of, okay, it's not my job at this point to start, you know, hitting jumble camps. My job is to create space for Soju Rain on that vein, and he did an excellent job at it.
It's pretty insane. And you know what's funny? Cosmic, I asked him, like, is there any players that maybe we missed on the broadcast or that we're, like, not looking forward to, that we should look forward to? And he said, I think a player to look out for is Sumio, who's actually Johto. That's a surprise to me. I had, like, completely, like, gone over the fact that he did a name change. And Johto in the past, we saw him, was a really good assassin player. So playing Twisted Fate is definitely a different style for him, trying to play a little bit more for the team. And I kind of want to see him maybe in this game too go back to that, because that isn't what we've seen in previous iterations of his rosters when he used to play on a different team. When Johto looks good, it is because he's playing stuff like the Akali, like Diana, these melee assassins, and he's just so good at them.
Yeah, and I feel like they're really strong, you know, champions in the meta as well, right? Like Zed's another one. I'm not sure if Johto...
Zed is so broken,
like,
man.
Yeah, I feel like Zed is busted, and it's like we haven't seen it yet today, but I feel like that is a champion that is so strong. So, you know, I love seeing the assassins. They have so much side pressure. You know, also something like a Zed into that opposing comp, even though there is 4 tanky heroes or champions, it's like you can still bob around and juke so much of their CC and force them to waste so many cooldowns on you. And it's just a really fun style to watch the game play out. And also it's, if played well, I think is one of the best, if not like the best way to play the game.
Usually when you have those like kingmaker comps where you have the one primary DPS, we tend to think of Varus and Ziggs as those in those compositions, but also stuff like the Vayne in that last one. They immediately fall apart when there's a ton of assassins. And so now getting into game 2, hopefully we see what they kind of come out with. Zed, like we were talking about, ignores all of those tanks. He's like, I don't care you have a Gragas, a Garen. I will just bypass all of that, kill Sojourn, kill the Vayne, and now you have no damage.
One thing to note about the ban phase, Fam apparently upset with Throne's performance in game number 1, saying, no thanks, we don't want you on Lee again. That's not actually probably the reasoning. It's probably because they're red side, right? So they're going to have that priority for first pick, and they are going to actually opt for the Olaf and didn't want to have the Lee Sin, on the counter side.
Exactly, especially since Lee Sin is just so powerful as a jungler in general. If you're really proactive, you will just upset the entire game. You basically run the table at that point. So getting rid of that, it's obviously a really good vehicle to help you out. It's also still useful in the late game. So for Demons, do we see a similar comp? How many tools do we put in the hands of Griff? Because they did give him the Yuumi and Kai'Sa composition, which is very, very strong. You have a ton of options for that way to work around. But we talked about this matchup being Sojourn and Griff, and Sojourn definitely got a much easier time in game 1.
Yeah, definitely. And they banned Soju's Vayne as well. So it looks like a little bit of respect put on Soju's name, saying, all right, your Vayne was pretty powerful. Like we don't want to deal with that again. But already out the gate, we've got a Fiora into this game. So a lot of split push pressure, most likely going to see it in the jungle since we do see the Renekton paired up with it. And on the other side here, Alec.
Okay. So this is another game where we are going to see the junglers given lots of resources. From the side of Demons, they've already got the Renekton, they've got Fiora. We saw at the beginning of the day, we saw something paired up with a Vayne. Again, when I would like to see Fiora, it is when she is solo able to carry a game. And now, with the Renekton and Darius, this means we'll probably get a Renekton mid lane.
I think maybe Darius mid lane, but maybe that's crazy.
They're blinding it though, right? Like, you see across from them, Fam have picked Olaf with a Lulu and Morgana, which means there's a little bit of overlap in terms of anti-crowd control with the Olaf and the Morgana, but Lulu alongside that is a really good pair. So I wonder what they're going to set up for. Obviously, this Morgana is flexible, can be played in the mid lane. Sojourn, in a recent competitive community tournament, was one of the guys that was innovating, just flashing forward on Morgana and binding. So I'm looking forward to see his more aggressive play on the mage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, into the opposing composition, maybe wants to save the flash though.
Yeah, maybe.
That's a lot of dive. That's a lot of beef on the opposing team. So really though, I think this Olaf is going to be massive, right? Like if Olaf's able to get on the Renekton, the Fiora, the Darius is going to be able to chunk out their health bars pretty effectively, and also has the Lulu to back them up, right? Like that's one of the oldest, pairings and combos I feel like I've seen in League and in Wild Rift is the, Lulu ultimate on the Ragnarok's Olaf just doing so much damage.
So this whole team can actually just flash forward. We were talking about Demons wanting to be these beefy bruisers, but Morgana, her ultimate does percent HP damage, if I'm not mistaken. So there is a lot of incentive to just go forward, and since they are pretty low range, I think there are a couple of situations where we could see that happening. Picking up Ezreal, which means Griff, you are playing weak side. We are going to let you farm. You are probably playing against Morgana, so you shouldn't be under threat either way of dying. But we are playing to our jungle. We are playing away from bot lane and going straight into maybe Johto, maybe for Barcode.
Yeah, and Griff, specifically on this Ezreal, I feel like he has been one of the most consistent Ezreals, at least in NA, when they played on C9, played on enemy. That was a champion that we would see them pick up when other ADs would not necessarily go to it. Do you feel like Griff is really strong mechanically on the champion? We'll see where it falls in the meta. We'll see how it goes in this game, but feels like they're falling on comfort, back against the wall. We're down 1-0. We need a victory. We need a win. And often that is a time where as a player, you're like, okay, give me that tried and true. Give me something that I feel comfortable on. And Griff choosing the Ezreal.
It's safe, but it is another champion, like we noted last game, where it doesn't exactly kill tanks. You see across from him, How does Ezreal, like, Ezreal can Arcane Shift away, yes, but Camille hookshot, Garen will just walk at you, Olaf will just walk at you. These things kind of tend to fall away, and Janna, while is a really good anti-dive tool, and I think helps against the Camille, doesn't answer some of the damage concerns that I have. Again, their range is lacking. Ezreal being your main threat there, it's not exactly what I would like to see. So for Family here, can they pull it off? Can they pull off the playing around their jungler, giving them priority? Or are we going to see Demons kind of maybe try to mount a comeback in the series?
Yeah, and you were right. So it is looking like it's going to be the Renekton mid. So it's going to be the Renekton into the Garen matchup. Cosmic Soul, I feel like, did a really good job in that last game on the Garen, getting so much value, just knowing their limits. And yeah, I feel like that hero is so broken right now. And I feel like it's just really does a great job rounding out their composition. So, that's going to be a player that I'm watching as we are getting into it. The second game of this series, life on the line for Demon, as Fam is currently up 1-0. This is going to be a good one, as it looks like just a red leash, standard Wild Rift play here.
I think if you leash your jungler, you lose bot lane. I really, really dislike when we see this, just because in solo queue and even in competitive, you lose out a little bit of gold. You lose the early shove in bot lane, especially as Morgana. Ezreal should not have this wave pushing out in any other circumstance. So yeah. I think, especially for Olaf, who likes having a pretty unhealthy clear where he's low HP, I think there's a lot of incentive to do that otherwise. But just to set the stakes for this, if Family win this, they're going to top 8 tomorrow. They are guaranteed a spot there, and they are going to be potentially they're going to be fighting for first seed in this group. So, actually, they are just first seed if they win this. So, yeah, they will have a chance of potentially going on to top 8, top 4, and having another shot at Major too.
And that's massive. Like we said, playing in that Major too. That's what the players have been practicing for, right? We see them in this game. They only have, a best of 3 or a couple best of 3s to show what they've got. But these players have been playing hundreds of games leading up to this, right? Like prepping, wanting to be able to make it into that Major 2, and with the hope that they can qualify top 2 in that Major to make it to the regional. And yeah, as in the mid lane here, though, Cosmic Soul gonna get solo boloed. The Renekton coming out in styling, saying, we ain't going down without a fight. We ain't losing this one. As it looks like Yenna will get the scuttle, but a blue and fade from Olaf as well.
That's what I want to see coming out from Demons. Give your melee carry something to do. Give him a kill. Yenna invading, or trying to get his own jungle, doesn't get the blue. But here we go.
Yora going in here. The exhaust, though, a bit too aggressive. Griff actually jumping in, gonna take a lot of damage, and so they lose their jungler, but also their bot lane is massively chunked out here, and that is going to be big for Soju Rain as well as Zine in this bot lane.
Oh, and that's a solo kill again.
Dude, the side laners for Demon are playing out of their minds. Barcode and Sumiayo are both getting solo kills. Do not want to lose their tournament life here.
That's what I want to see coming out from Demons. Again, give Johto melee carries. Let him play through the mid lane. Let him take control of the mid lane and spread his influence out. And then we even see Barcode. Shout out to them versus Toki right now as we get a replay of what's just happened, because the invade coming out. We get a replay of the... Okay, so this is just you died to Darius passive. You lost the stats check. And he's just going to let him bleed out. He doesn't even bother attacking him. Oh. Okay, there it is. Okay. Wait. How does he... Does Toki walk up? Does he flash this? I think it's a flash.
No, his flash is down. He already flashed for the bush. I feel like Toki has to walk up. He just walked up to the pole!
Bro!
Sag. Oh,
yeah,
and the top lane, though, as Barcode getting Ragnaroked on from Throne, going to lose their lifeblood, doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the barrier because they used it in that replay, and Throne on the Olaf really is a bit of the saving grace here, as I actually... Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I like this. Again, this is the part of the game now, right before the Dragon and Rift Herald spawns, where you typically tend to see the Dragon lane duos move into mid, assert priority for the mid lane, and I like actually the roam coming out from that way. You know that as an Ezreal, especially with Flash and Heal, you should not die against this bot lane, or really any other pair of champions from the side of Family. So, move into other lanes, protect Yenna, look for something. If they were going to aggress more onto that Baron tier 1 turret, maybe they could have gone for something. And that way would have been there to kind of make sure that nothing goes awry for his team. But we've got the objective spawning. Mountain Drake, I think, specifically for both of these compositions, actually a pretty huge win if either of them can get it. That shield that they're going to have, if they have it, I think changes so many fights in the favor of Family if they're able to pick it up. Same thing for Demon.
Yeah, as a great job from Fam here, actually instantly starting the rift. The dragon is now just getting started up, and this means that the side of Family, and you're going to see them, they are going to end this top lane.
Go.
Barcode, you're in for a treat as Throne just instantly drops the rift herald. Darius may try and stay around to defend. This could be a dive as Toki actually walking out. Olaf though, Throne going to look, oh yeah, going to flash forward here, is going to be able to take out the Darius. Didn't even have to activate the Ragnarok. Still has the ultimate, and now you have a Rift Herald pushing in onto this tier 2, and since the side of Demon chose to push bottom, they're gonna lose this.
Yeah, they got the dragon, and it looks like they're just gonna continue to push for this. Cosmic's getting killed as well. So trades, it is absolute Armageddon now all across the map. The side lanes are going completely boom here in this game. 2 turrets. Demons unable to pick up a second turret, however, may end up biting them as Family take a massive gold influx for themselves.
Ooh, Toki with the flash forward, able to connect the ultimate as well. Can Soju connect?
Oh,
do it
that way!
From Janna as well to get the shield. And that is going to be Griff making it out alive. Has to use both of their summoners though. And now, since their HP is low, they are going to pressure this mid turret also.
Who says Janna isn't poggers?
Oh.
Maybe Family does, but they're gonna make
Janna dies.
Here we go.
Actually dying to the tower, taking so many shots. A bit of an overextension here from the side of Family. That's 2 falling. Toki, the next in their sights. Yenna, oh my gosh.
Wow.
Though, flashing forward, and that's 3. A bit of an overchase.
Yeah, especially going for that turret. They should have recognized, look, we can't do a lot here, especially without Flash. Which means now Demon's able to answer back not only with kills, but with a mid-tier 1 as we get a replay of these last couple fights. Let's see exactly where it goes wrong here. If they just go for the turret, it's fine. Maybe if they just stay here for that way, it is perfect, but with no minion wave and Toki split up from his team. Really good pull there from Barcode. Keeps thrown under the turret. It means more kills go over into their favor. This hook shot going over that long amount of terrain was pretty insane. But Yenna also picking up a kill there is pretty pivotal for Demons.
Pretty pivotal. And in that mid dive, I don't want to be too nitpicky, but unfortunately for Soju, literally died completely to the tower. You know, that's part of the Morgana. You know, like you throw down the puddle, it does a lot of damage, but it pulls that tower aggro. And, you know, that's a hard situation. Diving and your AD loses their entire HP bar, as it looks like Toki here, though, on the... Oh, going to be able to escape. I was a little worried for a moment, but actually
might just
maybe
be
it's
thrown.
just a bait. Oh. As it looks like, yeah, okay. They're just posturing, you know, just looking at each other, thinking about a fight, deciding against it.
They keep ducking and weaving. They're like, oh, I'm not going for it. Toki's going to go for it, though.
That's Renekton and activating the ult as well. Exhaust coming out. The Wild Growth as well. Toki, though, going to die. Janna was still around. The Ezreal coming in also, as this potentially could be it. No, okay. Yenna just going to run towards the mid lane. So I doubt they dive this. But
wow.
Who knows? They could look for it.
Toki dying there is pretty huge, as they could potentially go for a dive here. They have the wave clear from Soju Rain is not quite kicking in. They do have the ultimates, but Johto on this Renekton is empowered.
Yeah, going really aggressive. Great poke from Griff, too, on the Ezreal during all of that to get them so low, as Yenna on the Fiora is going to stall their backs a little bit. Unfortunately, they don't have a wave, so they're not going to be able to pressure that tower in, as Rift Herald is going to be spawning in 20 seconds, and Dragon will spawn a bit after that. So next objectives are coming out. Would expect to see backs, would expect people to get their items, and we're going to get another brawl.
And Family may be feeling the effects of taking those top tier 2s really early, as that way, cheeky ultimate to push him up against the wall. It does force out Cosmic's flash for this next fight, but with this lane being as long as it is in Baron lane, they can never revisit it. And so now, they're kind of getting desperate. They're looking for picks across the map, trying to look for something, but it's so hard to dive some of the members of Demons. Now, Dragon starting up, Barcode
Ooh, Barcode going really aggressive, actually proto-belting forward, saw their team collapsing, but they were just a bit out of range. But a big note is that Throne did use the Ragnarok. That's a massive cooldown as Yenna here, but Sumio on the Renekton is looking to take them out.
Oh?
As Garen has already fallen. Renekton is on a killing spree. Grizz are able to get one as well as Throne is going to be the next to die. That's a 4, and they're going to get 5. That's going to be a full team wipe as everyone on Family dies, and huge. Griff is able to get 3 kills. That's so much gold into your 80s pocket.
And Michael, they may have done it. Demons may be sending us to a game 3 here. Let's get a replay of what just happened. This starts with the pincer maneuver from Darius, but he's separated from his team, so he gets taken out. And without the Ragnarok, with a little bit of miscoordination of the Lulu ultimate and the Olaf flash, they just get routed. There's not enough damage. As soon as Garen, as soon as Olaf are taken out of fights, without the traditional AD carry coming out from Family, Demons just win out on another team fight. So Trinity Forces are now done for 2 of their members. The Mirror Mana here for Ezreal. Griff is now in prime position to win out on this game. And we talked about the battle of the AD carries, the battle of the Dragon Laners. Well, it seems like if you're not playing traditional marksman, you're missing out on a little bit of that consistent damage.
Yeah, and we saw it in that last fight as Griff was laying down those Mystic shots, doing so much for their team. But also, I just want to note, this Renekton is having a massive game, closely approaching that 10K, had a solo kill. As you see, their counterpart on the Garen currently 0-3, down about, almost a full item, as it looks like Suyo has just been smurfing on it this game. Like, really, so far has really impressed me on this Renekton, as they are going to go on to the Garen here, able to get their ult off before the silence, as Ragnarok is coming out, Wild Growth as well, but it's not going to be enough, as that's one's falling. Renekton flashing forward, looking for another, going to be able to get it, as that's 3, and the Rift comes down. This is a massive team fight victory for Demon.
That is obviously the Rift Herald going down. That's going to be the turret potential here, as Griff is just trying to keep Soju away from this. They'll only get a plate. The mini-wave is coming. Soju, thoughts and prayers. Say goodbye, buddy. He's gone off the map. Mini-wave is being escorted in, and Demons now firm control of this game. They're going to be waiting for the objectives to come back onto the map before they put the finishing blows on this one.
Yeah, but I feel like their comp scales so well into the late game, with an Ezreal, with that Fiora, with a Renekton this far ahead as well. And if you're the side of Family, I mean, this is a hard one to bring back. A lot of your, eggs are in the Olaf basket at this point, which, hopefully Throne did have a standout performance in the last game, but we'll say if in this late game they can, have some massive team fight damage, but it looks like a very tall hill to climb.
It's going to be pretty difficult. They're kind of just rolling the ball uphill. They're kind of doing a little bit of Atlas roleplay where they're just like, okay, we got an objective. We got like a lead for our team. We're trying to engage on fights. And then Demons just come in. They kick the sandcastle over. They knock the ball down the hill again. You're just seeing it. Toki looking for engages, trying to look for something, but the mid, Sumio is just so good.
That's a massive ult, as well as Ragnarok used for the Olaf. Sumio as well using the Renekton ult as they are pressuring in for this tier 2. Yenna going to use the invulnerability. Tower down to about 300 HP. They're going to be able to take it out, and that's the go button for them, as Soju here looking for the turnaround. Janna ult to give them a bit of feel. Toki actually connecting the ult onto the Janna. That's just the support. Cosmic Soul coming in with the ult. Not going to be able to get it.
Garen!
Forward, and the exhaust. Full kite here from the side of Team Demon during all this. Darius in the top side getting a lot of pressure. If they can just
get an inhibitor.
Get out. This is an inhib.
It's not just an inhibitor. They're also kiting Family out. Griff, stop the recalls right now. Try to stop them from getting back into the base, because with this wave coming in, it's so close. Griff! Zonia's...
No flash.
And he's gone. We almost did like a golf cast there. Barcode wins the 1v2.
Yeah, looking for it. Able to connect the ult. Toki's gonna fall. That's a full stack Darius, as Barcode is going to maybe, I don't know if they're gonna be able to turn this around, but they're doing a lot of damage. Okay, the silence from Cosmic Soul is enough to keep Soju alive. As they get the inhib, they do lose 3 champions. Actually, Ragnarok poked there by Throne, but Dragon is spawning in 4 seconds, and this could potentially be a power play for Family, but they're not in position.
They are missing a few key ultimates, like you said. The Ragnarok not available. it's really hard then to stop Janna from just ulting you, from hitting you with a tornado. So it looks like Family, they're just going to try to farm up whatever jungle creeps they can. They recognize they don't have a lot of access to that as well with no flash over the wall. This is just Demons picking up all 3 dragons. Baron is up on the table, and especially with Fiora, your Baron take is incredibly fast. Family, they're going to need a few more wins like that, and even that wasn't like a full 100% win. They lost their inhibitor, so they just lost all priority on the map.
Olaf's on the red. Olaf's on the red. I don't think he's going to get here in time.
He's not going to.
Baron falling down to 4K. If they just burst it, they may be able to get this. Is Cosmic Soul actually doing a massive job on the Garen, trying to buy space, going to use their ultimate as well, going to reset the Baron. Oh no, Lulu getting dunked on, and that's going to be 2 going to Barcode, and that should allow them enough space to secure this Baron.
And that's it. I mean, this is just now Demons. The catwalk has been laid open. Go ahead and look for it, as at this point, right, we're just waiting for Demons to end the game. They have the Baron in their back pocket. They've already won the rest of the map. Now we need to see how they close out this game. Can they do it in clean fashion? They already obviously have that open inhibitor, but they've been winning back-to-back-to-back team fights. I haven't really felt very confident in Family's fight throughout this game, except for the very early game.
Yeah, I mean, the Baron is going to be a massive play, but one thing I want to note, the Camille, Toki here doing a great job pushing out the lane pressure, was able to get the bot lane pushed out very hard, able to cut a mid lane, as well as get that mid tier 1. So by no means are they in the driver's spot, but, you know, buying that space, buying that extra time, so maybe they can defend this Baron. So
now, I mean, how do they ever fight this, right? Like, yes, Garen is tanky, but you look at what the Renekton has, the Blade of the Ruin King, the Black Cleaver, just gets shredded down. That's one combo and a quarter of his HP gone.
Yeah, and that's Ragnarok as well. A massive cooldown. We keep noting it on the Olaf. Is actually Renekton 1v2ing here, going a bit aggressive, going to be able to survive as Fiora going in and Soji Rain in the back, able to take out Renekton. Yenna crossing the entire screen, as that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, though. I think if you're the side of Fam, you take those.
That's triple inhibitors going down, a Pyrrhic victory. I don't know if I'm Family and if I want this. I'll take that if I'm Demons. Ultimate's down. Barcode's here.
Oh. Massive pull from Barcode, and the dunks to follow up. Gets 1, gets 2. Not going to be able to get Soju, but guess what they do get in return? The Nexus, and they'll take it. We're going to a game number 3 out battery. This series is going the distance. Team Family versus Demon. Oh, it's going to be a fun game 3.
Oh, man. And they kind of just do it in a similar fashion where Family are unable to answer any of the threats coming out from Demons. As you can see in the gold, barely at the 6-minute mark, at the 5-minute mark, the game looked a little close between these two. But then past that, Family, they started winning dragon fights and Rift Herald fights. They started taking all of the objectives off the map, and you saw Demons kind of just have a slow bleed throughout that game, unable to match the damage of someone like Griff. And we have to start thinking, what is the answer to a lot of these frontliners? Like, Garen has obviously been important throughout the series, but I just don't know if Olaf is necessarily the 1v9 kind of carry in my mind.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, we need to start talking about who is the star player. Should we do a 3-2-1? And
let's just go ahead. Maybe Twitch chat can get involved. I'm sure that they're probably like spamming the same name we are, but let's do the countdown. So on count, I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3, go. Ready? Okay. So 1, 2, 3, Sumail.
Sumail. Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Without a doubt. The solo bolo to start it out in those team fights, getting so much damage down. Like, the Renekton mid was a massive game changer in this game, and that's something I would maybe expect to see as a first rotation ban if I am the side of Team Family, because it felt very hard to deal with.
I think so. My problem with having Renekton banned so early is I don't think he's really ban worthy in my mind. I think there are other ways to attack this. It is a good show because we're talking about Zed and talking about assassins. Zed really suffers into Renekton, so a good way to kind of like cut that matchup off at the heels. But if we're talking about wanting to play up against Sumail, force them maybe into an uncomfortable matchup, set up Cosmic for success, because we've now seen 2 games of Garen mid, which is just like, I love Garen mid and all, but I also think this is less matchup dependent, and I think Sumio just got the better of Cosmic in this one. The solo kill shouldn't really happen in that lane. You can take barrier. He took the ignite to try and play aggressive. You just call over your jungler. You say, Throne, get over to my lane right now. And from here, I mean, the game was over for Garen. Like, Garen can scale, but we saw Renekton immediately apply pressure to all over the map.
Yeah, and this moment was massive for FAM, right? They get the Darius kill, they get the top tier tower, end up getting, you know, the tier 2 and top as well. And this really, I felt like, was a momentum swing. You know, during all of this, you see the Morgana tanking the tower shots, Toki on the Camille dying as well, as they are going to lose, I believe it's 3, maybe 4 here, as, you know, the Olaf's going to go down, the Camille's going to go down, as Toki does get a very good hook shot, goes very far, but Yenna having the flash, going to be able to secure it, and that was a massive turning moment.
Yeah, and even, I mean, the fact that Sumio lives this, shout out to his support, redemption, shield, given over, even steals the kid. Okay, Janna earned that one. Janna deserves. If I'm Renekton, I'm gonna be a little bit pissed, but also supports deserve some love, right? Like, if you're playing Janna, shout out to you. I'm gonna give you a few kills. I'm gonna let you get your little bit of a spotlight. But I mean, we saw there, Olaf is not the same carry that we see from something like a Fiora or a Jax, and so not having those tools to be a mobile champion that gets into the backline and has a lot of true damage packed into your kit. See here, it kind of is like a really good demonstration of what a jungle carry can and can't look like.
Yeah, definitely. As in that last fight, you know, Renekton soaking up so much damage in the 2v1, buying space for their team to be able to rotate over and to secure those couple of kills, as we're going to see it here. 65% kill participation, 4, 1, and 11, you know, breaking that 900 gold per minute, doing a fourth of their team's damage. A massive performance from Sumio on that Renekton.
And a good wake-up call coming out of Game 2, because I know we were talking about it, but going from Game 1 to Game 2, night and day difference for this guy. So shout out to Joe2. Congrats for winning Game 2. You still have another game, though, gamers. We have another one coming up. It is the last game of this series before we go to another one, and obviously top 2 of any group immediately move on to top 8. So trying to make that push, and I mean, Twisted Fate or his Renekton, I think I know which one I'm picking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm choosing option 3. Give me a Yasuo game, baby.
Yes, actually, yes, please. I will, you know, I got actually enough Yasuo from Major 1 finals. I can live without the pick for a little bit, but if it's Joe 2, I'll make an exception.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I just love that styly sort of champion, but you know, at the end of the day, they're playing to win. They're not playing for what, you know, we the casters are like, you know, because otherwise I'd be asking for Orianna every game, you know, as the resident Orianna one trick, you know, that would be my go-to. But yeah, like, I'm really excited to see what the adaptation is for this Game 3, right? They've played 2 games against each other. Each team has taken one, you know, and as a player, you're kind of, you know, looking at the whiteboard, you know, thinking about, okay, is it a draft issue? Is it a rotational issue? And I'm curious to see what are the areas of weakness that both of these teams identify for themselves, identify for the opposing team, and then how are they going to be able to actually exploit those?
For family, right? Like, we talked about them having 2 new additions to the roster. And the fact that it is their mid and 80 carry some of the most pivotal roles when it comes to damage is always going to change up the dynamics of a team. Cosmic, when I was talking to him, said, you know, when I'm looking at this team, Koro and I have been playing a lot in scrims to try and adjust to the different play style that is on this roster. He's trying to have a good synergy with his jungle, but it's taking a lot of time for them. They're hopeful that it can work, and we saw in Game 1, we got little glimpses of that, but they're going to need to make that extra little push and hope that the scrims that they've had so far can make up the difference, because Cosmic in that one, let's just say it, right? Like, he got soloed. At that point, the game is over as Garen. You really can't help. Thrown out at that point, and then Yenna and Sumio just take over the game.
Yeah, they definitely did. That's for sure. And I mean, but I still feel like it was relatively close. When we're looking at the gold graph up until like 5 or 6 minutes, right? There was that full 5 team wipe around the dragon, and that fight just broke everything open. And you saw Barcode on the Darius going a bit aggressive, right? Before their team was in position to capitalize. And maybe that's a little bit of, you know, inexperienced, not having that, long history of synergy as a team, of, feeling they can go aggressive before they're, maybe that's a bit of a comms breakdown. Like, I don't know, just as a player, when I see those type of plays, my instinct is not immediately to be like, oh, why would they do that? It's more to think, okay, what was the communication going on with the team? Because who knows, maybe they're like, we're collapsing, go, go, go. And it's like, you just got to keep that into note of like, what was the communication around it?
Now, Michael, we gotta take a look at this as if production, if we could get the draft up on screen for just a quick second, I do want to get your opinions here. Are we slamming the button? There was no Yuumi. It was not banned. It was not picked. Could Yuumi have done better than Lulu? I think pair it up with Olaf. Do we slam the draft if button?
We slam the... I mean, listen, as a MOBA player, I know that if I lose a game, it's not my fault, all right? So
it's draft if. Agreed.
I need to choose something, okay? And if we're today in this game saying draft if, that's it, done. Boom, draft if. Throw the blame somewhere else. Yes. But I don't know. I don't think it was fully a draft if. I do think Yuumi could have been pretty good there. Like you said, it is massive for empowering the Olaf, but I also do think the Wild Growth's got decent value. So, I don't think it was a full draft if compared to the TF game. I feel like maybe let's call it a 40 to 60% win probability versus like maybe a 30-70 of the first game.
Yeah.
Speaking of draft ifs, we're getting into it. Game number 3 here, a BAM versus Demon.
Oh,
and we got bans right out the gate.
They did the Renekton ban. They said, not dealing with it. We're not giving that over to Joe2 in the mid lane. So looking like they're taking notes. They're actually listening to the broadcast. We talked about they shouldn't be doing this because there is a little bit of a delay for competitive integrity reasons. But also, they just did it. They got rid of the Renekton, so another champion here for Sumiya as to what they'll grab, and they are really focusing on getting Yenna this Fiora.
Yeah, and I mean, Fiora, a very powerful champion, provides a lot of split push pressure. It really kind of ensures you a lot of late game potential as well. It's like, okay, that's our late game win condition. The game goes late, at least we got the Fiora. But I mean, I like the Renekton ban. Personally, it's like you just got dominated by it. It's like there are other tools in the wheelhouse that you can use to counter it, but maybe you haven't prepped those. Maybe Cosmic Soul doesn't feel as comfortable on some of those champions. And so I don't hate the ban here just because there was such a strong and powerful performance on it in the first game.
We were talking about it earlier, right? The in-series adaptation. And, sometimes you just have to play to your player's limits. Like, if my player cannot play against Renekton, I will just have to soak the ban, and we have to play around those kinds of different things. So, coming out now, we see Family have picked up not only the Jace, but also the Kha'Zix, so setting up for the Kha'Zix to kind of go in, clean up. We saw a little bit earlier today of this combo from the side of Eilish. It was a really good combo, but I kind of want to see a little bit more damage. I wonder if Sojirain's going to be picking up the Varus this time around. There is a lot of really good frontliners here, specifically set in my mind as Demons picking up the Varus for Griff.
Yeah, you were saying, so maybe Soji will get it, but they said,
they stole
nope.
it.
They said, nope, that's ours. No thanks.
They've got the VMix call, actually. They can hear us. I'm telling you, they know exactly what we're coming up with.
Dude, or we're just 5-head and we're calling it all. It's like, which one is it? As Ziggs is going to be the pickup, would expect that to be for Soju. And this looks like a lot of poke damage with a Kha'Zix coming in to clean up those kills once they get down to about 50%, maybe 60%. And with the Jace, with the Ziggs, they have a very strong poke composition so far.
Okay, Michael Udall, you know what time it is? It's the arms race time. We are going to try and pick up every beefy frontline bruiser that we can. Garen Stonks rising. Renekton's already gone. I'm trying to think of other beefy frontline bruisers.
Nasus, question mark?
Maybe not Nasus. I'm gonna be 100%. I don't know about Nasus. We'll put him. I'll keep him in the fridge. We'll keep him on ice, and maybe if he comes out,
if every other one gets banned, then we'll pull him out.
Exactly. Garen, Gragas is still available. You still have Galio as a potential there, and with Set, the frontliners that both of these teams are going to need for their poke champions to really operate at an efficient level are going to be very high priority in my mind.
Yeah, and we do see Gragas taken out, pretty good paired up with that Varus in the bot lane. Also very beefy, very tank centric support. So, I like them taking that out. And then Darius as well is going to be a ban. So they don't want the potential dunk coming in there. Also a pretty beefy character. So I really think Garen here is like a pretty priority pick for both these teams. Would expect to see it as we're, you know, running down the draft clock. And it's going to be Braum, actually. I mean, Braum and Ziggs, a pretty strong lane matchup. And like you said, very, very beefy.
I love Braum. Braum not only to block the projectiles coming out from the enemy team, but also the ultimate and the Winter's Bright are really, really good tools at being anti-dive, as well as coming into team fights are obviously going to make a huge difference here. So, Demons, what is your response? You don't have the Gragas anymore. Rakan, you banned away. I wonder what they're going to do. Riven as kind of like an overhead, so Riven is not a great peeler. She'll obviously get right into the backline, so going to have to watch for positioning from Sojourn and this Braum. But I kind of want to see one more tank. I really think that set is not quite enough, and you already have the Fiora as well. So it looks like they're just going to go for full damage at this point. Pick up the Ahri. Of course, the day that we have Michael on the broadcast is the day that we see more Ahri than we've seen throughout the rest of WNS.
What can I say? I'm a good omen. What can I say? I'm a good omen. We're not going to chalk it up to the electrocute buff. We're going to chalk it up to me being here on the broadcast.
Yes.
So if you want more Ahri, boom, you just got to spam please more Udall in the chat. But like looking at the Fiora, looking at the Riven, looking at the Ahri, this screams to me they're going to play side lanes, right? They're going to use the Riven and Fiora in side lanes. They're going to use the Ahri for pick potential because the Side of Family wants to play very front to back. They do end up picking that Diana as the last pick, but they want to play front to back. They want to utilize their poke. And with the Fiora, with the Riven, they can get side pressure. And then when they're trying to respond, you know, Ahri will maybe be set up for a pick. And that's really what Demon, for me, their comp says.
I think both teams can play very flexible with how team fights are going to operate. We're talking about the front to back. I think Family can be very receptive to Demon coming into them, right? Like you have Jace and Ziggs poke set up for you. You have Kha'Zix who can try to find a flank. And for Demons, it's very like, I'm going to run at you, and if you don't die, we're going to have some problems. Set wants to go forward. Maybe isolate one member out utilizing the Haymaker and the Showstopper. Riven can kind of do the same thing, but I hope that she's kind of playing more for the flanks, trying to kill off the Jace, kill off the Kha'Zix. I just think there's so much damage on the side of Demons that if they're not ahead, then they're going to be very weak coming into team fights, coming into trying to fight the Family.
Yeah, well, it's really hard for them to retake positioning, right?
Yes.
Especially into the Ziggs, into that, you know, type of composition. But here it is, Alk Battery, game number 3. This is it. It's a best of one. It's Demon versus Family. The victor here will qualify to day number 2, giving themselves, you know, just a little bit more of a chance to make it into that second major. It all comes down to this. Their hours of practice beforehand. It all comes down to this. I'm so excited to watch this game number 3. It's been an explosive series so far.
Oh, man. And it'll be good because there's so many different kind of teams that they can play against. Yawn against Johto potentially. Family going up against Ailish. There's just so many narratives potentially waiting for us tomorrow. But we still have a full day. We not only have this match, we have another match between some of the 1-1 teams later on. So this should be a lot of fun, as early on what we're looking for is kind of just really steady play. Mid lane is our kind of the most unstable matchup. I would also attribute that to our Baron lane as Riven versus Jace. If Riven ever gets on top of the Jace, if he can't Gulf Swing her away, Jace is blowing a flash, blowing a summoner spell.
Yeah, it's a sad day for Jace, that's for sure. As you know, Ahri and Diana in the mid lane are pressuring pretty hard. You see Griff as well as that way making a pretty early rotation. There is a ward in the bush here though, so I'd expect Cosmic Soul to back off, as in 10 seconds we're going to see the first objective on the map spawning. It's the Scuttles, as it looks like both teams are posturing around this bot side Scuttle.
It's time to throw for Scuttle. They have bot priority. Varus, good pinch.
Ooh, Soju gonna get pulled in here, and they're actually gonna be okay, but Ahri on the flank potentially could look for the charm. You see Throne jumping in, immediately pressuring. No charm for a little while, as Soju is pretty low on mana, but with that, they're gonna be able to zone and get the Scuttle. And in the top side, Toki on the Jace is already hitting the other Scuttler for Throne. Actually secured it all by themselves, as that's going to be 2 Scuttles going the way of Fam.
Wait, I think the Scuttle's still alive.
Oh,
it may just be a ward. Okay, it was a ward. It happens. I mean, the Scuttle's technically a vision objective. It does count. There's the ward. Thank you, observers. Yeah, just using all of their lane priority that they've gotten thanks to their matchups. Toki playing very aggressive because he knows his jungle and support are there. Zine just gonna 1v1 the Riven.
I don't know. Throne with the flash, looking for it, but Barcode doing a great job there. May actually step up here though. This
Griff,
is 3 heroes.
no!
Oh wow, wait, what is happening on the bot side? Is they're diving what the tier 2 minutes into the game as Cosmic Skull rotating in is gonna go for that way, and I believe this is going to be the Diana getting a kill, dropping the ward over. Actually though, Cosmic falling low here, forced to use the barrier, forced the flash as well.
Oh.
And buying so much time, ends up dying, but that's a lot of time and a lot of cooldowns used from
Oh
Cosmic Soul.
my god, family. It doesn't work out on the top side, but Demons, this is a really good way to punish. They know support is Baron lane right now. If Ziggs is anywhere near the minion wave, we are messing something up. I like the punish, but Griff tries to get the kill, is not able to get that, so Soju walks out from them diving, gets a kill, and it leads to another one for Cosmic Soul. So a really huge lead, and while it doesn't work on one side of the map, Family make a very good response play on the other side.
And that is a massive outplay from Rain. I mean,
Yes.
we didn't specifically see it, but it's a 2v1, and he's able to get a, not just one, but 2 kills for his team off that. Obviously, Cosmic with a great rotate, but we're going to have objective spawning in 20 seconds, and it's an Infernal Dragon.
Got the most important Drake on the map. We've got Rift Herald spawning, like you said, at the same time, and it's going to be tough. They're going to reset here, so Demons coming off of their base, coming off of their recalls, are going to be first to set up here. I want to see them put down vision. However, the people who could put down proactive vision are not really there. That way has the sweeper, so does Yenna. So really, it's just the set kind of having to stand in this brush, and they're going to get pincered here as Braum, Toki, and the Ziggs are all going to be coming in from mid lane.
Yeah, and that's going to be Scuttle secured as well. As Soju here actually doesn't have Flash yet, is going to get gone on a good, return damage onto the Fiora, though. Going to force out the Flash. The ult coming in as well. Not going to be enough to finish off the Fiora, but they are going to get the set, as that's a pretty big Varus ult, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Actually, Zine, though, the charm not connecting, but it doesn't matter, as Sumio is going to be able to get the kill on massive Riven damage, but Cosmic, like you mentioned, with the ult turnaround, but during all of this, Barcode doing so much, so many low health bars, as Soju and Toki walk out with just a sliver of HP.
Oh my god, Family, they don't play around the Dragon. The Dragon does so much damage to some of their members, it's burning them away, as that way tries to find something onto Toki. But Griff, we had set up the Varus poke as being huge for this team, and while the rest of his team is buying space, Ahri in the front line, charming, going in and out of the battle lines, sets up their team for success. They get the Infernal, they get a bunch of kills to boot. And while some of them can reset, Family, I don't know if Demons can try to contest for this. That way is here, and if they can try to stall this out, maybe they don't get the Rift Herald, but they can pick up some kills.
Yeah, and Toki's going to have to back now, so maybe this is, a swing play where Demon can look for it, but in the bot lane, Cosmic Soul pulling so much pressure, forcing the Ahri down, as they are doing a lot to that first tower. Would expect it to be 1, maybe 2 plates. Diana pushes very, very fast. Oh, Charm not going to connect. That could have been a death situation.
Exactly. I think Sumio, if he had the ultimate, could have gone for that, would have gone for that, but decides in the end, hey, not going to go for it. And Rift Herald still on the table here. Family getting a little bit antsy. As you can see, they're kind of just like roaming in between the lanes, in between mid and Baron lane. They want to try and get this Rift Herald, but they recognize Demons are just constantly getting first shove on the wave. They push out the minion wave, they kill all their minions, and then walk into river. Toki has his jungler here that way to respond.
Oh, as Set coming in with the big ultimate. Barcode, though, needs to be a bit careful. Thataway is trying to buy time, trying to buy space for the rest of their team, but is going to lose their life for it, as Varus Griff throws out the ult as well. Not going to be able to get it. Zine forced to flash away, opted to tank the Varus arrow so that Throne didn't have to. But Ziggs and Diana are rotating in now. If Yenna's not careful, okay, is going to rotate safely, but that could have been a scary situation.
Good luck walking into this pit now, because you're now walking into Ziggs, you're walking into this Diana, who's doing a ton of damage on a Sumio. Ult up.
Oh, Cosmic Soul with the turnaround.
Oh, no!
Able to make
Let's
it out
go!
with a sliver of HP and jukes the Zigzol as well. And during all of this, Sumio on the Ahri is able to get the next kill, go in onto Throne. And with the jungler down, that's going to be Rift Herald going to Demon.
And that is some real gaming right there as Toki's looking for a kill. He's going to find it on the barcode eventually. He's running a little bit low on mana. There it is. Gets to the skies. That way he's here with the exhaust. I don't know if he's solo, but he is playing set.
Yenna coming in though. That's going to be the Jace falling very, very low.
Block it.
They're not going to be able to get it.
There's a kill.
That's massive. They're able to take out Yenna on the Fiora. And Toki, pulling that out from the depths, able to get 2 kills.
Oh, that was so close right there. He tries to use the invulnerability of the parry, but is not able to do so. The riposte, unable to stop that. Oh man, it was so close. And now for Family, they get to respond with not only those 2 kills, but a ton of turret plates down. Sumio here, charms.
Yeah, it goes right into the Kha'Zix. The Sumio, the follow-up ult from Set as well. Throne able to escape, able to make it out. But that's going to be first turret going the way of Fam, as they're, it looked pretty rough in the early game. They lost the Infernal Dragon, but off of Toki getting 2 kills in the top lane, they're able to translate that to a bot turret. And this Jace is looking massive so far.
Jace is picking up a lot of gold right now, but is still a very susceptible member of this team composition to getting engaged upon. That way, I think 2 different engages now where maybe not quite expecting how much damage is going to be coming out from the opponent. Maybe overestimating some of his own damage. We'll have to see how they can do it, as now Demons, they're going to overload onto this side of the map, put more members, lose out. They said, we don't have to worry about mid for a few seconds. Take this bot tier 1 for ourselves and set up for Dragon in the next 15. With this gold in their back pocket, are they going to have to reset? They're going to be late to this, and Fam, they will have first say onto the Dragon.
Ooh, Yenna able to stop the back of Zine, and that actually kind of equalizes it, right? So Braum's not going to be there, and a good rotate from them, able to get a free bottom tower, but Yenna taking a decent amount of poke here. I mean, that's really what Team Fam wants to do. You want this Jace, you want this Ziggs to be able to poke down the champions for Demon before you actually get into a team fight. That way, Throne on this Kha'Zix can look for the one shot.
And now, kind of setting up, we gave Throne our MVP, our star player in Game 1. Game 2 is Sumio. Both teams kind of just like, they've given their carries different kind of champions, right? Ahri so far for Sumio, not quite had the same impact as some of his other games. And Throne so far in this Kha'Zix still hasn't quite found his stride yet. And so, looks like they're just going to give up the Drake. And Demons are going to try and get this turret, specifically putting a lot of gold into Griff and Yenna's back pockets.
I don't hate this. Honestly, I like this call from Demon.
Yeah.
That is such a hard position to walk into with the Ziggs, with the Braum. You have to face check so many bushes. And not only one, they're going to drop the Rift Herald and look for another tier 2. And if they're able to get the shutdown onto Toki 2, this is going to be a massive gold swing as a solo kill coming out from Sumio on to the Ziggs. And they're able to get a lot of damage onto this top tier 2 as well, but they're going to chase down. They're looking for the kills. Zine able to connect onto Griff as Toki here on the Jace, kiting Yenna on the Fiora, trying to turn it around for their team. Activating vulnerability, flashing forward though, a bit aggressive and loses their life for it.
Ahri never made it to this fight, and Throne resets, finds Morse. That way, there's the haymaker. Cosmic's going to finish off this kill. Fam in a line of plays. Fight back against Demons. The Rift Herald never took the turret. 2 plates in their back pocket. And that's a huge win for them. Zine, don't know if you really want to be here, but that is a Riven. It doesn't matter how tanky you are. She will end up killing you if you're that low. And now they're going to lose their top tier 1. Ahri still having to cover for it. Even though Family lose Sojourn, that is the best possible play for them. As he, again, walks up, loses his flash this time. Sumio with the ultimate able to find another kill onto the Ziggs.
Sumio pulling this game out of the depths, right? Like 2 solo kills back to back on that Ziggs.
I'm not losing.
Yeah, exactly. Literally saying, team, hop on my back. I got a backpack and I can fit all of you. Let's go. And this is a Rift Herald for them as well. A massive swing for them. Potentially could be a translation into the mid tower. And there's the charm onto the Braum. It's not going to lead to anything, but looked cool. You know what I'm saying?
Sumio's like, I built this company. I'm not leaving. You can't make me leave. Look at what I put into this game.
Oh, as it looks like that away is going to be able to pull Toki in. Riven getting the shutdown gold.
Cosmic.
A massive Diana ult from Cosmic, though. Talking about the mid laners. Cosmic still alive, just barely, as Barcode and that away are going to make it out, and Cosmic and Toki die. But this is going to potentially be a mid tower push for them.
It's a 2 for 2, and that way he can stay. Yenna comes over the wall. They're stopping the Ziggs poke and stopping him from destroying the turret.
Oh. That's the reset. Oh, Throne jumping and going.
Oh,
aggressive.
no!
I like it. Not able to get the kill,
Respect.
but I like it. Respect. I mean, you miss all the shots you don't make, right? You miss all the proto builds forward you don't make, is what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
Good one.
When you're talking about like the boot enchants, there's only 3 options that you have. There's Proto Belt and there's Zhonya's. Everything else is coward play. You're gonna get a replay of what happened here. Really good charm onto Toki, ends up starting up this fight, and without Ziggs here, you're kind of relying on the base damage of the lot of your team, and that's why it looks so good for Demons while this is going on.
Cosmic, though, in that fight, it looked so bad. You lost your Jace instantly, but Cosmic able to come in, get the shutdown gold onto the Ahri, and do a perfect job mechanically jumping around to all the different champions. And like, that's not easy to do. They were all pretty much clumped on each other. So that's a good button pushing from Cosmic Soul, and now is actually leading their team in gold, even though they're 3-3-3. Killing that Ahri gave them a lot of gold.
Exactly. The shutdown is obviously nice, and then it turned into picking up the mid-tier one. So we've been kind of harping on how important mid lane is, the geography of the map kind of just collapsing around mid-tier one. If you take that turret, it opens up the jungle. It also then exposes the side lane, and it allows for plays like this where you're not worried once you push this minion wave. You can go in an anime jungle, put down wards, take their camps, and make it very hard for the opponent to kind of walk into Fog of War and contest for objectives, as Ocean Drake is now spawning. There is no Rift Heralds available here. Do Demons just say, screw it, we want the mid lane, we're going to summon Rift Herald and force Family into an uncomfortable position?
I like this. Put them on a timer. Say, okay, you want to do the drag? If we get into a fight, this is going to be disastrous. This dragon down to about 1k. You see Yenna going in, a smite off,
able to get it.
Secures it. Barcode on the Riven. The GA is going to get activated. A decent ultimate from Soju Rain, as on the other side, you see Yenna escaping with the GA as well. What? No one has died yet. I spoke too soon, as Sumio again on this Ahri is able to find Soju Rain on the Ziggs. That's 3 times he's been able to take him out pretty much solo.
And we got to see what Ziggs offers to a team like this, especially against some of the more immobile champions in the Varus. He can move, yes, but the Ziggs bomb takes him out of the fight. It prevents him from doing a little bit of damage, and it causes some really awkward spacing for Demons. I think without that Ziggs ultimate, maybe they can chain it into something else. Yenna goes in.
Yeah, Jace is top, no Ziggs here, so they recognize they have a numbers advantage.
They want this mid-tier one. They're like, please give us, it's 100 HP. It falls. Jace is still on the side lane.
Yeah, as that away, going to be able to escape. I mean, it's a 5v3 here in the mid lane, so Fam doesn't want to go too aggressive, but don't want to give up free damage onto that tier 2. And Alec, this is the closest game we've had so far, and what a more fitting situation than a game 3 between Family and Demon. Whoever wins this again qualifies for tomorrow's matches. This is a close one. It could go either way.
Exactly, and especially with how close a lot of these teams are, they are playing very similar style compositions. And we look at inside of the game of what's happening on the server. Sumio is like carrying his team to victory. There's a reason why there was a team named after him in previous iterations of North American Wild Rift. It was Joe2 is cuter. This guy on Assassins was looking clean, and he is finding pick after pick, making sure that his team is set up for success, allowing Griff to have those pop-off moments. And now, I mean, it's kind of like a weird situation where both mid-tier ones are gone. All of the outer tier ones, in terms of the turrets, are taken off of the map. How do they get into further objectives? It's all now playing around Baron. Someone makes a misposition, probably going to have to blow a summoner. If they don't have Flash, it could lead to them starting up this Baron.
Yeah, but also the gold, Yenna is massive at this point. Just finished up the Bork. I believe they're sitting on 4 items, around 14k gold for the Fiora. So, you know, we're talking about a late game carry. Yenna is online, is going to be doing so much damage, is going to potentially be able to completely clean up those late game team fights. As you see, leading the gold chart by a mile, not by a mile, but by about 1,000 gold.
Would you say half a mile? Would you say like maybe 3 feet?
I'd give it like 200 kilometers.
This is a mobile game, so like, are we measuring like in like phones?
Yeah. It'd be like 20 iPhones is where I would rank it at.
I would say,
if I had to.
I would say Oppo phones. Maybe like 20 or so Oppo phones, give or take, for the lead. But we'll have to track it. I'm not a mathematician. I don't know the conversion rate is. Cosmic. Ultimate's out. Sumio
on the back line. The Ari able to get a massive connect onto Toki, but may have overextended as that is Ari slain. As Toki is able to survive here, Soju Rain able to get out as well. Riven trying to get them in the back line. Off screen, thrown on the Kha'Zix, does die as you see that away. Ulting in, taking down the Diana, taking down Cosmic as 2 have fallen, and they're maybe looking to throw some damage back into Barcode as there is a 4v3 situation. They potentially could go for Baron here.
Throne not able to get in range of Griff. He goes over the wall to try and find the Varus AD carry and is unable to do so. Knight's Veil putting in so much work in saving him. The bonus HP is alongside the shield. It's got to be feeling nice. Dragon here for the game. It is the Elder as well, so either of these teams wanting to pick it up, they do not want to give over such a massive objective. The burn damage, the obvious increased stats that this gives. Soju picking up blue buff, wants to have a little bit more mana, will be able to poke out, does have the ultimate.
Soju.
He can't recall.
He can't. He ends up stopping that as Cosmic already bought the TP. You see that coming in now as Dragon is down to about 8k. It all comes down to this. Cosmic coming in also are thrown on the Kha'Zix down to about 7k.
Here.
Oh, this is what it's all about. The flanks, though. You have Riven on one side. You have Ari on the other. As Barcode on the Riven doing a decent amount of damage. Verisol
coming
go.
Out.
Bomb connects as well. The charm onto Soju. You see Sumio in the backline on the
He's
Ari.
out, though.
Going in for 2, though. It's massive. The Riven trying to clean it up as we have a 2-for-4 Yenna. The only one surviving for Demon, and it's not going to be for long as that is a full team wipe for Family.
And both teams playing artillery comps. One survives. Soju lives through all of the massive massacre that is that game. The fight for the dragon. It doesn't matter that the dragon doesn't go down. It was simply the platform for Family to go forth with this minion wave, with the Ziggs damage. They should be able to end this game from here. Family are looking to move on as the first seed in this group.
Yeah, and they're going to do it as Soju Rain throws the ultimate into the Throne. A little bit of BM. You see Throne as well. Yeah, I love the banter between the players as Soju flashing as well. And a great victory for Family. A close, a hard-fought series from both teams. Oh, I would love to see Demon advance, and we get to see a rematch potentially between these two teams tomorrow, because I feel like it would be absolute fireworks.
Oh, look at the gold graph, man. Like, that's exactly what we were expecting, and the last team fight there was super hectic. I mean, Sumio arriving a little bit late to the fight. It was basically on time for when the damage dealers really started to get going. But the fact that they couldn't find damage onto Ziggs and that Family killed Griff, at that point, a lot of your damage you had kind of hoped for ends up going down the drain. And from then on, Family, I mean, literally just close out from that situation. I love how we kind of saw the clash of two very similar compositions, but the one with more frontline, the Diana and the Braum, ends up coming up with the win.
And now I'm sitting here thinking, all right, I'm like, okay, who gets the star player? Because it's so hard. If Demon won, Sumio, of course, I feel like he popped off on that Ari. But now I'm looking at it, it's like there's part of me that wants to give it to the Diana. There's part of me that wants to give it to Toki on that Jace for getting that massive early game lead. And I'm kind of torn here. I'm not sure who it should go to. So Alec, I mean, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm also kind of pinned in between like giving it to 2. I think Soju Rain can still be in the running just because he is such a pivotal part of this composition of the draft that they have. He did get caught out a few times like we saw from Sumio finding those 2 picks, and it definitely slowed down the game for Family. But I think we can both agree that Cosmic had a much better game. No longer on Garen. Freed from Garen jail, Cosmic finally having a pretty stellar performance this time around.
Yeah, I think we got to give it to Cosmic. At least that's my vote. There was a couple of fights there that looked disastrous for Fam.
Yes.
And he was able to come in, hit a massive ultimate, get that shutdown gold onto the Ahri. And I felt like that was really important for turning the game around. Also, that last team fight had a massive ultimate doing so much damage and just creating that space for their team. So Cosmic Soul, salute in game 3. You said, I'm going to show up. I'm going to help my team get that victory.
There we go.
And well-deserved.
And it all comes off of, just talking about the compositions, right? Like, we want the frontliners who are able to stand in front of Ziggs, and Diana plays a little bit more of a flexible role where she's able to be both a frontliner, but also the ultimate makes a huge difference with kind of displacing some of the carries. As we see Cosmic here getting a little bit high feet. This is kind of when the game started to slow down. This is one of those gold spikes that goes in favor of Demons. And still, we were talking about it during the show, like during the break. We kind of like power rank the teams, and Demons are a close second. We still have Saints who are in the game or in this tournament. We aren't able to see them as they are over in Group C, but this is like one of the top teams that we're looking to potentially break into that top 3, top 2 for this qualifier.
Yeah, and I believe this is going to be that Diana moment that I mentioned just a moment ago. This looks disastrous. You lose Toki. It's your massive character. And to hear Diana hitting a 3-person ult, and also the awareness going to the Ahri, getting that shutdown, jumping around, getting the Varus, and just leaving them all so low and opening up an opportunity for them to pressure that mid turret. As you see here, Cosmic
This is
again.
the last fight right here.
Yeah,
just
Cosmic.
Yep. He keeps Riven, or keeps Yenna out of this fight. And then right here, like, Soju again living. The fact that family or Demons cannot find this guy and kill him, such a huge win. And especially as the 2 newest members of the team, gotta be feeling good. You won the best of 3. You can take a sigh of relief, and you wait till tomorrow, because that's it. I mean, you're waiting for tomorrow to make into top. You're already in top 8, and you got it. Now you can watch the stream. You no longer need the VMix call here. You can straight up go over to twitch.tv/WildRiftEsports, and you can just watch us. You can see, hey, what do the casters think of our draft? Did they call it kick W? Did they slam the draft diff button? Doesn't look like we did, so feeling pretty good if you're family.
Yeah, you can, throw some copiums into the chat. Like, it's,
Yes.
that's what it's all about. So, really happy for them. But also, Demon did lose that series, but it was a hard fought one, and I'd expect them to potentially make it to tomorrow as well. As you see Cosmic Soul popping up here with the beautifully looking 555 KDA, 53% kill participation, 764 on that gold, but really in the damage is 27%. So a solid game coming out of Cosmic Soul there, having some critical team fight moments as well that turned it around for their team.
Also, perfect branding here for Cosmic Soul. Usually when you put Twitch in your name, it's really, really long and it becomes way too expansive. Too many syllables for a cast. This is just a heads up for players. Typically your name, keep it within 2 to 3 syllables. If you want to have like a really catchy pro name. And he gets the free promotion. Go over to twitch.tv/Cosmic Soul when he's streaming. He's definitely Starting's favorite streamer. Starting was like, I love watching Cosmic because he gets him to solo queue, and then he just rages after he instant play. He's just constantly raging, so it's perfect.
Well, and watching the player streams is massive, big support to them. If you want to see the Wild Rift esports team be successful, you got to go help support the pro players, because they're the ones that help make all of this action happen.
Exactly, and now we get to take a look at some of the groups here as they've shaken out throughout the night. Reflexion obviously having still their bye. One side, BYG taking a loss. It's kind of pivotal there. But looking at Group B now, I mean, we have it already settled out, right? We have our top 2, Demons, Family, and number 1. So already have some people seeded into the next day. And is there any kind of surprise? I'm still kind of waiting to see if Reflexion are they going to be the first seed in that group?
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at, is I want to see maybe one more match before I call an upset or anything like that. So we'll see what happens between Reflexion and one side, because that'll be an indicator of those power rankings we were mentioning, of where do people fall. As we're looking at Group C and D, we have Saints. Talk to me.
There we go. I mean, look at Group C. We just covered it, and we're actually going to be heading back into our next game. Is going to be the rematch between Eilish and Tilt City Banditos. As Saint, it went to a full 3-game series versus Eilish, They ended up losing, so Eilish have already qualified as the #1 seed in the in Group C. But now their tournament lives are on the lines, right? Like we had set up the beginning match. It's like beginning and end. We're going to be seeing these two teams match up. I'm excited for this. Tilt City, they can make it into top 8.
This is what we call in the business the salty run back, all right?
Yes.
For, Tilt City Banditos. Hopefully they're not tilted, even though it's in their name. But, I mean, speaking about Tilt, Eilish did just lose to Saints, right? So that's something where they're coming off a loss. They were able to beat Tilt City earlier in the day. But will Tilt City, they've had this time to kind of, modify their game plan to talk about how we can beat them if we do face them up against. Ari was a pretty high contested pick last time we saw this series. Would expect it to potentially be again, but I love seeing teams play against each other pretty back to back because I just feel like the meta completely evolves and shifts.
It's the final test here for both of these teams here in Group C, as we're going to finish off our broadcast after this. Do not go anywhere. After we have Eilish versus Tilt City Banditos, we're almost done with the day here at Qualifier 2. And welcome back, everybody. It's still Alec Battery. It's still Michael Udall. And we've got our last match of the night for our top 16 qualifiers. This is the last game for Group C. Person who wins this in our best of 3 here will go on to move into top 8. And loser will have to wait 2 weeks for the next qualifier for major number 3.
Yeah, and it's a rematch. The first game of the day, we had, these two teams up against each other. But one thing to note, we've got a substitution for the side of Tilt City Banditos. They've brought Major Pain in as their mid laner. So it looks like Academy will be hitting the bench, and a completely different start to the draft here as we see the Jackson Galio instantly picked up. We see Set first picked.
There we go. A little bit different, right? Tilt City Banditos, they banned away the Jace this time around, wanting to take that away, and immediately we see now from the side of Ailish going for some more front-to-back team fights. I think Nami's very good at that, especially when you see 2 melees on the opposite side. Can thrive in those situations.
Yeah, great disengage with, her ultimate, the massive wave coming through, as well as the Nami bubble follow-up. So just basically screaming that they want to peel. They pick up the Diana here. Man, we are cruising. We're zooming through this draft phase.
Yes.
They both seem to have pretty prepped what they're looking for. Is it will be a Varus as the last pick for TCB.
Man, okay, perfect. I love this. You still have some reasonable frontline. I am questioning the Jax only because Jax has been getting hit repeatedly after his success in Horizon Cup since November. He's been getting a few tweaks here and there, and this last round of nerfs, while I don't think is like game breaking for the champion, kind of just brings him back under the bend of like, he's an average champion. He's alright. He does his job pretty okay, and I think that there's other suitable, specifically Fiora in my mind actually, kind of replaces him as a reasonable jungle carry. And we see Jarvan here. This is more likely going to be for consequence for the Baron lane matchup. So, interestingly enough, they're giving mid counter pick to Major Pain.
Yeah, as it looks like Lucian to round it out. And I mean, talking a little more about that, Jax wasn't prioritized at all, picked or banned in the last series we saw between them. So that part to me is it's like, hey, you could have maybe saved this until later on in the draft phase. Like, they're not going to suspect it, but it seems like they just wanted to secure it as Kha'Zix. And oh baby, we got it! We got an Orianna game. I'm so happy right now. Thank you, Major Pain. He knows I'm on the broadcast. He's hooking it up for the homie. Yo, salute. I appreciate you. Now hit 5-man shockwaves. I bless this upon you.
The 5k elo shockwaves shall be in this game, hopefully. As TCB, I like their composition. This is another draft where I'm like, okay, TCB, we can draft. Can we get to a win? Let's, we're taking baby steps, okay? I want to see it. I'm incredibly hyped, especially because there's a few reasons here, right? Tilt City Banditos, they've been big fans of me and Kangas, kind of like giving them shoutouts on the broadcast or whatever, and Chicken Lady is kind of like a huge proponent of like talking about the team. She's an in-game leader for them. She's their support. She's their captain. She's like a moderator for their entire like organization. So her and Slippy both kind of run the team, and it is kind of, she's just pulling double duty, is full-time as a teacher as well. So I'm excited for Tilt City Banditos. I really like this draft, and slight pivot from what we were talking about earlier, it is actually Jarvan in the jungle, so a little bit of a different look here, especially in the top lane matchup.
Yeah, but we're getting into it. Game number 1 between Team Ailish and Tilt City Banditos. Well, I mean, I guess technically game number 3, as they did fight earlier, as Chicken Lady face checking the bush, instantly getting chunked out. But this is the salty run back. Will Tilt City Banditos be able to complete it? Will they be able to actually take down the side of Ailish, or will they be able to just get the W again?
Yeah, in all fairness, like, yes, it helped them get both to a 1-1 record at some point, but realistically, this is the only best of 3 that matters today for them. It all comes down to this. If either team can win here, they'll obviously make it over into top 8. And I'm sure Ailish are feeling comfortable. They're like, we lost to Saints. We pushed them to game 3. So maybe, we have a much better chance. And TCB, like we have been talking about before the break and coming into this one, they've had time. They've had time to study up, see what's working for them, maybe try something out during the bye on like a, like an internal or playing like a normal game. But they've had time now to see what works for them, and hopefully they've come across with the right answers.
Yeah, it's Major Pain here, getting chunked pretty low. Both, mid lane and junglers just trading very aggressively in this mid lane, as Pain will have the honey fruit. So both are just kind of posturing, not sure which rift they want to go towards. Oh, as Consequence here with the go, flash back in, as it looks like Consequence is going to get first blood. A massive play from Boy in that top lane to get themselves still.
But look at the Dragon lanes. They're coming on up. Ian should go down here. Shield. Tyrant.
Oh, Major Pain, though, going to be able to get the turnaround. Lin, though, with the insta-flash coming in like a train, wants that kill. But, I mean, as an Ori, you're very happy being able to get a kill. And also, I believe, has the blue buff, as you see the regen going up a lot. And Ori could be a massive win condition, a hero that scales, or a champion that scales so strong into the late game.
Yeah, so we're 2 minutes in, and there's 3 flashes in the game right now. Everybody's using the summoner spell. They're going forward, they're going backwards. Now they're coming back up. I mean, as a pretty insane kind of level 1, level 2 start for the game. Obviously in the favor of Ailish, just in terms of what they were able to get, right? Like, we're looking at the Baron lane. Consequence is behind. He's doing the Krugs because he recognizes this lane is soft frozen on me. I actually can't walk up, and if I do, I could very easily have a jungler here, and I could die again, and it'll be so much worse if that happens.
Oh my gosh, almost a 1k gold diff in the top lane at this point, 3 minutes into the game. And this is a Jax, right? Jax is very strong in the late game, but it can definitely get snowballed on in the early and mid. So not a great lane looking so far for Consequence. Gonna need some sort of gank, gonna need some sort of, reprieve from the jungle, and rest. Otherwise, their game is just gonna be looking rough the whole way through.
And look at what Baby's doing. Baby is putting on like a huge clinic top lane. They not only froze a wave, but now they have another one shoving. So they know that they will have time to reset, come back out onto the map, and that Jax really doesn't have a lot of kill threat in this lane right now. So I love this coming out from Baby. Ailish's Baron laner showing off some really cool stuff here, and taking that time actually to move into the river, put down some vision, take off some of the honey fruit, can come either right back and set themselves up for a Rift Herald take.
Yeah, but it's an Infernal Dragon. I like the vision play, but I feel like maybe they should have gone for the back, as actually Consequence is going to get their back stalled, as you see a lot of rotations actually going towards the set in the top lane, as it looks like Rift may be the choice from TCB. Actually, they may look for the pick in the mid lane. Jarvan flanking around here, just going to look to opt for the Rift. So looks like they don't care about that Infernal Dragon, but I think Team Eilish just wants to fight.
They're going to go for it right now. Even though Chicken Lady is here, they can go for a re-engage. Major Pain needs to be careful. It's all about where the ball is.
Yeah, as the Nami wave coming in, Major Pain on the side of your screen taking so much damage. Chicken Lady gonna get ulted as Rift Herald
got it
over to the Varus. They lose their jungler as well, though, as Major Pain is the next to fall. Set able to flash out as well. Logical on this Varus, flashing right into a Lucian, as Consequence will be able to get a turnaround kill, but it's not gonna be enough as they lose 5.
Yeah, and I mean, a great setup for TCB. They're getting poked down, but Major Pain's positioning in that last fight, as we get a replay of it, is just really hampering his team. Look at where he is. Lin, perfect ultimate here to keep Orianna out of the fight, and with no shockwave until very late, it means that TCB lose out on this, and it turns into so many kills for Lucian, for someone like the Kha'Zix, Tyrant as well, able to help out here. If Colt steals this, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, that'll be massive, as the Unstoppable will go out. Shockwave not actually off cooldown yet, though. As
okay, they got it.
Orianna actually, it says, thank you very much, and this is why I am the master stealer. As Kha'Zix here actually is trapped a little bit in the corner, doesn't have the jump yet, and Major Pain able to secure another kill. So with an Infernal Dragon, with a couple of kills onto this Orianna, by no means is Tilt City Banditos ahead, but they have some win conditions. They have some ways to bring it back into this game if it continues to scale, if it continues to go later.
And they're getting some damage in the top lane, but a kill onto Chicken Lady. Oh, I don't know if you live this, baby. He's out of there as well. I mean, they traded 1 for 1, and in the meanwhile, Tyrant was trying to match this Jax, but that's 2 plates for Consequence. So the top lane matchup, which did go a little bit askew, did just get some gold back in the favor of Tilt City Banditos.
Yeah, I think that's a massive swing. I mean, game's not equalized means, but the fact that you trade a support for that Baron laner and also the Jax gets that time, like you said, as consequence here is going to be able to mitigate some of that ult damage. Namen bubble coming out though. Jax is 100% dead and Tyrant survives with their life. And this is going to be first turret going over to the Lucian, able to get, a little extra gold into their pocket.
And Lin is just picking up so many kills. I love how proactive they're working with this bot lane duo. Both them and Suna are making sure that they are in places where they are leveraging an advantage against Tilt City Banditas. They know that they are the stronger AD carry pair right now, that Varus hasn't quite hit their mark in terms of the itemization and the damage. And so they're just outmatching for their team. Eilish constantly kind of leveraging their bot lane.
Yeah, as you see, Chicken Lady doing a good job staying in fog, but with the Kha'Zix and the rotation of the Lucian and Nami, this could be a scary situation for TCB, but they got some wards down, probably just going to lose their blue, maybe look for a Varus steal, but a great smite from Colt Brawl Stars will allow him to secure it.
I love how aggressive they're playing right now with the Lucian Nami. They are taking no prisoners! Flash cancels out the ultimate. Lin! This is why you're the most improved Baron laner, or Dragon laner from Major 1.
Yeah, and with that, they're going to get so much damage onto this tier 1 turret. As Set here, it's just going to be able to escape, able to use that Proto Belt to survive. But with all 5 heroes from Eilish around here, it looks like they may potentially look
I don't
for
know
a player.
about this
Chicken
one.
Lady going aggressive. Yeah, I don't love that. As Nami ult comes out, forces the flash from Galio. As flanking into the background and as a massive dunk onto the Varus, the Galio falls. Going to lose their life though to consequence on this Dax, as it looks like the J4 is going to be able to escape as the tower is going to fall. Orianna coming in, does have the shockwave, could look for the turnaround here as Diana goes really aggressive. Tyrant though, may lose their life for it. The shockwave is big, it hits too, but can they translate it to any kills? Major Pain flashes forward, he wants the Kha'Zix, can't get it. They all get out with a sliver of HP as Lucian as well survives. It's massive in the turnaround on the J4. Are you kidding me?
They're doing it, man. They're playing on the edge. There's a kill for Tilt City Banditas. Able to get something in return, but they lose so much. More kills onto Lin. More kills for Tyrant. And they're playing on nice edge, but Eilish, they're playing real aggressive now, and I love this from them. Playing aggressive Wild Rift. Getting in the faces of Tilt City Banditos, outplaying them, and they set up the dive with Baby. The Chicken Lady should be able to walk this out with logical there. They're going to get the Rift Herald. They set up a dive under the mid-tier 1, but it was just a little too early. You saw they're like, do we hit the turret? There's a Jarvan under GA. I don't know if we can go for this, guys.
The power of Jack, able to just burst down these turrets, is a bit far up if Diana and Kha'Zix want to collapse. There's consequences here. Maybe in a bit of a scary situation, but with their entire team here and Set on the top lane, that is the go button for them, as they're just going to start up the dragon, and that is going to be 2 dragons going the way of TCB. So they're down 6,000 gold. They're down definitely from a momentum standpoint, and they're going to lose a lot in this tier 2 tower, but still, this is a scaling composition with an Orianna, with a Jax. They could potentially bring it back. As are we going to see another fight? The Nami ult coming out here.
Oh,
a massive shockwave with the ult, but Set instantly falling. Maybe a bit too aggressive there, as it looks like, can J4 flash forward and look for anything? No.
Okay, Eilish at least being consistent. Their mid-game woes have not quite left them. I think the fact that TCB are able to get that dragon is great for them, setting up for that scaling dragon win condition like you had mentioned. But like, they really shouldn't be getting this dragon. They'd already lost the mid-tier 1. They haven't really gotten too many turrets. And so Eilish are playing the map just a little bit better, but I don't think that their objective priority when it comes to these neutral objectives is quite there.
Yeah, as the Varus and the Jax are doing pretty well in gold. I mean, even though Ori's gotten, been there for a lot of kills, doesn't look like they've been able to farm that well on the map. Only at around 7k, down about 2,000 gold compared to the Diana. But it really feels like Consequence on this is doing an excellent job positionally, being in the right spot to push. Got the top tower, got the bottom tower. And if Consequence can keep it up, can keep pulling Eilish around, I think... I don't want to call it a comeback. They're definitely down, but like, it's possible. It's doable.
Sure. And when we had the gold graphs back up there, they're up about 7,000 to 8,000 gold. Almost half of that is Suna. It is there's a 3,000 to 4,000 gold lead for the Nami versus Galio, which is not necessarily where you want on your gold. So this gold is, the gold lead is actually a lot lower than what it seems, right? So if you were to just look at the numbers on the screen, wouldn't give you the most accurate take of the game. But right now you're seeing TCP, they can't actually get out of their base. This is a kind of a double-edged sword for Ailish, as they can take all these jungle camps, but it means it's very hard to find picks onto Tilt City Banditos.
Definitely, and Tilt City Banditos doing a good job just playing passive under their towers. You know, are slowly losing the gold game though, as Ailish, since they are controlling both sides of the jungle, are getting more farm, getting more gold. Chicken Lady is going to get chunked out very hard. You know, she's able to escape though, able to, you know, survive that culling from the Lucian.
We're just sending waves right now. I don't think we're going to see
top.
another fight. I say that. Consequence, solo.
Yeah, is Galio ult coming in here? Can INF get it? Yes, the snipe from Logical able to take out the set there. As you see, the Diana coming in here, actually going to get Varus ulted. Can we get a shockwave? It's okay, but Diana with the counter roll is massive. Tyrant on a rampage gets 2, takes them all out, and now this is going to be a tier 2 turret, and the Diana being unstoppable is so accurate, doing so much in that fight.
In Tilt City, I just praised them. Use the geography of the game right now. You don't have any outer turrets. Fight under your structures. The top tier 2 goes down. The inhibitor is broken open. And that's the momentum swing that they were looking for. Those were the picks that if they were able to get them, they would continue to smother TCB in this game. And Tyrant almost basically saves that fight. It was looking a little bit dicey. Consequence trying to 1v1 the Kazakhs. That goes south for them. Ailish continuing to hammer their leads, but their mid game is where I'm a little bit dicey, and that's where we see kind of TCB take the reins back. But now they're going to reset. Dragon's up in 15. This is all Ailish all game.
Yeah, and this is a very scary situation for the side of TCB. Dragon coming up in about 5 seconds, going to be a really big objective that people are going to be fighting over, as the Ocean Drake, you know, does provide a little bit of extra lifesteal. Will be nice for the champions of Ailish, allows them, you know, on the Diana especially, I feel like lifesteal is so nice.
Yeah, especially now, it's just, you're going to have the Ocean Drake in your back pocket. And we're talking about scaling damage, right? Like, we're talking about the Drakes. Infernal is the best one at that. That will always be a combat buff to you throughout the game. The shield that you get. Consequence was split pushing. But now, even on Ward, even on Vision, I don't know if Ian can do this. I mean, Tyrant is literally zoning him out.
Oh, potentially a throw pit, though, if they're able to get this steal. Lin going to take a decent amount of damage. The Varus going in, but the smite is good from the Kazakhs, as it looks like that's going to be Tyrant going in with the ult. It's massive, and that's for Chicken Lady, the sole survivor, but not for long, as that is going to be a 5-person team wipe, a Baron buff, and that's going to be Ailish taking game number 1.
Tyrant with a huge zone in that last fight stops or dodges out on the Orianna ultimate, and that's it. Ailish take game 1.
Whew. And it was pretty dominant. I definitely felt like they had the scaling composition on the side of Tilt City Banditos, but they weren't able to make it there, weren't able to get to a point where the Jax and Orianna really hit those 3-4 item power spikes where they could, you know, hit a 3 or 4 person shockwave to turn the fight. And that was just all Team Ailish. They beat them once before, and they said, you know what, we're going to come out here and we're going to do it again.
Do you want to try the guessing game, Michael Udall? You want to try that for our star player?
Yeah, because I feel like I know who we're both going to say.
Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1, Lin.
Tyrant.
Oh.
Okay. That's interesting.
I think Tyrant, while he had a fantastic game, this game breaks down to the fact that they're bot lane. If I could give bot lane, like, as a collective, like if there was just one entity, it would be both. But because we have to give it to one player out of them, Lin in this game changes the geography of that of the series, right? Because you look at what he was able to do. They slammed bot lane. They then move over into mid lane. They take control of that, and then they take the mid tier 1. They then go into every single fight where culling is a kill spell onto any member of TCB, and it sets up for Tyrant to then come in alongside Colt on this Kazakhs, and the game's over.
You've convinced me. All right, me. I do think it should go over to the AD for Team Ailish. Like, it was a very impressive play, and like you said, it completely changed the geography. This Nami Lucian became just such a scary combo that no one could really fight into, right? You saw a lot of these fights where Pain on that Orianna would get chunked down so hard by the Lucian. So, you know, I was just thinking that Tyrant had some sick, you know, ultimates, some good play, but, you know,
mid lane by it. Look, it's fair. You're a mid laner.
What can I say?
I'm a marksman player, so of course I'm like, look at the AD carry. They did something this game. AD carry or marks, the dragon role right now is so dominated by, can your champion push a wave and move mid? That's it. That's all we do down there for the top 4 teams anyway. So seeing more traditional marksmen like the Lucian, it warms my heart. Makes me feel good. It makes me feel like I'm doing something right.
Yeah, I don't have to be a mage player as the ADC.
Yes, I don't have to play Morgana. I don't have to play the Orianna. I can play my Lucian. I can be cringe, but at least I'm free, you know? Like,
honestly, maybe I should swap to AD, because it seems like all the fun mages are being played down there, and I love just sitting under mid tower and collecting farm, you know? I play video games, I play MOBAs to collect gold, as we are going to see that solo kill that started it all off here, as the flash under a great Calc recognizing they could flash and not take 2 tower shots is here. Lin doing so much damage on the side to Pain, while the Nami ult is going in, Set taking down Chicken Lady, and this fight was all for the side of Team Ailish.
Yeah, and what we'll see continuously, I think it has just been, you know, repeated now that we've seen 3 games of it, is early laning phase, pre 4.5, 5 minutes is, you know, reasonable for TCB. They're actually standing toe-to-toe against these guys. However, it is after that, once we start getting into playing the map, playing for objectives, where it kind of falls apart. And while some of the mid-game mistakes we've already criticized for Ailish come through, they are performing better and better as the game goes on. Whereas TCB, I think, are kind of lacking that last, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like an X factor that is keeping them from being able to win out in later game stages.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, is it's like you can't just win lane, win game. These later objectives are so important. And this fight in particular, I cannot believe that Ailish were able to get so many people out, so many people escaped. As a consequence, I thought this was maybe a moment where TCB could bring it back. You know, they take the set out instantly. The Diana goes in on to the Varus, but right here, you're going to see Tyrant make a reason for why I thought he should potentially have been the MVP. A massive 3-person ultimate, and this opens up the game. 3 kills, 2 towers, including an inhibitor turret. But yeah, great performance from the side of Team Ailish.
And now heading into game 2 here, after we see the star player, I mean, 35% of his damage. Usually AD carries don't have very high kill participation, like they're getting a lot of assists, as you can see, but I mean, there's a reason why coming out of Major 1, most improved Dragon laner, this guy's positioning in team fights is just crisp.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, 80% kill participation is not common on an ADC. Often they are just hitting minions, hitting waves, you know, hitting neutral camps, hitting towers. Being able to be in there, doing so much damage, getting so much kill pressure is a massive boon, a massive buff for the team. And yeah, it's looking pretty dominant so far for the side of Team Ailish. But let's talk about the side of Tilt City Banditos. Like, I know their backs are up against the wall. They've lost all 3 games that they've played against this team. How do they bring it back? What do they do here to, you know, take us to a game 3?
I like the diagnosis that we just had, where their first 5 minutes are good. Setting up for objectives seems to be a really big pain point for them. So how do we kind of assuage this? Because objectives are so important in this game. Kind of negates the fact that you can split push, but then you're losing out on Rift Heralds, you're losing out on Dragons, and you don't really want to lose a Drake stack game to the side of Ailish. So I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where playing for Dragons is, you really need to have tight communication. You need to make sure that you're all in sync. And specifically from the bot lane role, I think logical, given Varus, is you're giving him a lot of range to play with, but not necessarily kind of leveraging that into, okay, poke them out with the Varus, take down their HP bars, so it makes it a little more difficult to take the standing objectives.
Yeah, and I believe we've seen him on Varus every single time these two teams have faced up. So, maybe that is a draft point of, all right, let's switch things up. It hasn't worked in the last 3 games. Not necessarily saying like, Varus is the reason we're losing, but more of, hey, let's open ourselves up to playing a different sort of style to change the pace of the game so that we can potentially, massage that pain point of going to objectives, that mid to late game rotations that they've seemed to have been lacking on.
You wanted a change of styles. TCB, they seem to have changed up. Academy is coming in for this next game in the mid lane, and Logical is stepping down into the bench, which means Major Pain will be playing there. We're getting a bunch of substitute for this game, actually, as K-Boy is now even bouncing up to support instead of Suna, which is funny because we've been seeing K-Boy all day. This is actually the first game, at least on stream, that we saw of Suna, and Suna is apparently the loudest person in comms. So it seems they were getting a bunch of kills on the Nami. They're definitely talking in the server. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to what that changes up, because that was the first kind of Enchanter game we got. A lot of it before was playing Thresh, playing Galio. So might have a difference in terms of the draft.
Yeah, and I mean, for the side of Tilt City Banditos, I like them swapping up the roster, right? You've faced against this team 3 times and you've gotten 3 Ls, right? And, trying to bring a different team to bear, a different feel, a different style is going to enable them to potentially have a better chance to win. I mean, we'll see what ends up happening. I feel like watching these games, you have to say that Ailish is favorite. I feel like it's disrespectful to not, just since they have won the last 3 games. But swapping up that roster, as far as who you're going to have them play up against, changes the draft plan they've prepared for you that has been working, right? And it's like, now maybe they haven't scouted Major Pain as much on DPS, and maybe this is that X factor that they need to be able to take this victory.
I just hope that Major Pain is actually a 5-role player, because obviously this is the most important game of this qualifier for you guys. You want to make it out of top 16. They've done it before. They've made it out of top 16 in a qualifier. They've made it to top 8, but have been knocked out in the first round. So I hope that not only is Major Pain a competent bot lane player, but that this is worth for them, because taking Logical out can obviously have an effect. Taking any player out of a roster and benching them can have an effect on the internals of a team, but it also just changes up your playstyle. So no more Varus, maybe. We might get a new AD carry.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what it screams to me. But yeah, like you're talking about, as a player, like being benched is a very painful experience.
It depends. Like if you've talked about it, if you've prepped for the fact, like, hey, game 2, we're going to come in with these players. Like if you know that you're running with a X more than 5-player roster, then yeah, but agreed, right? Like if you just get subbed out, it definitely feels, especially after a loss, you're like, ew.
Yeah, well, and it's like, because it's like, oh, are you blaming me for the loss? Like, am I, like, because that's the change that you're ending up making. And, someone I was thinking about in particular with that is Academy in this mid lane, right? Was subbed out in the last game. They felt like, Series 1 to Series 2, they wanted to bring Major Pain in, and Academy coming in with maybe a bit of a chip on their shoulder of, hey, I was benched in the last game, or I'm about to show you why you shouldn't have done that. Or, maybe as you mentioned, it's something where they've talked about having a larger roster and it's not that big of a deal. But we are going to see them go right back to the Varus. They do get the Varus Galio, something that we've seen them 1-2 in the past. So not much changing so far.
Yeah, and we were seeing a whole kind of new retinue of different Baron laners at this point, right? Like we've got Jace, we've gone to Set, which got banned this time. Now we're going into Camille with the Lee Sin still opting for more aggressive jungle matchups. I like this for Colt so far from what we've seen. A lot of Kha'Zix play, but when you're playing this far up, I think it's pretty good for them, especially if you're going to try and punish onto the Varus. Getting rid of him, taking him out of fights, obviously, is super key.
Yeah, definitely. And Lee Sin provides so much of that aggression. Love to see it, and into something like a Varus. If they don't have flash, that's just a cooldown to track, and we're going to see more aggression as Tyrant is going to run it back on the Diana. Had a pretty strong performance in the last game, provides a lot of AoE team fight with the ultimate, also a strong split push side laner. And with the Camille and Lee Sin, if they get in a situation where they're ahead, they potentially could look for some sort of split push, and we're going to see Academy pull it out again. Ari, here we go.
Ari Stonks, do we have diamond hands? Are we folding? Are we going paper? Are we going full paper on this one? We'll have to see. Mm-hmm. It looked good for certain parts of it, but it didn't necessarily, it didn't pan out. They still ended up losing those games. So I need to see more than just the novelty of picking Ari. I need to see them do something with this, turn it into a game win.
Yeah, and apparently in the chat, Academy mentioned that the reason they stopped.
I'm not believing anything Twitch chat says. I don't care. Twitch chat has a bunch of memers. I know some of the kids from C9 Discord are probably spamming. I'm not taking anything.
Academy said it themselves. Academy said himself the reason he sat out in game number 1 is because he was too tilted to play, right? As like a pro player, if my teammate said that, I'd be pissed. I would be omega mad. I'd be like, "Are you serious?
You just benched for what?
You just don't want to play? Like you don't care about major number 2?" But it sounds like they're going in game, number 2, want the chance to redeem their team. So let's see what happens. I mean, Academy, I hyped up the Ari, was picked a lot in the in-houses, did okay on it earlier, and really, this is their time to shine. This is their time to shake off that tilt and see if they can, bring in the dub for their team.
The way that I would pivot this to a more positive spin for TCB is Chicken Lady obviously said that they are not the kind of people or not the org to throw out players. They've obviously tried to build around kind of a family unit style of team. So, taking care of your players, if they're saying, look, I'm not mentally able to play this game, get someone else in to help you guys maximize your chances. If I'm playing tilted, I'm going to play worse. So I hope that that's the reason. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Otherwise, we're in this draft. We've got a Kaisa here, and I'm like, I like this for TCB. Theoretically, this is a good draft for Varus. I kind of want to see another tank. However, we still need to see them execute, which is the big question.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Lulu as well, going to provide a lot. Okay, so they are going to get the Jax again for Consequence. I like this. I felt like Consequence did pretty well on the Jax. And yeah, I like this pickup. Give them, more of that late game carry if they are able to get there. But yeah, really, my eyes are going to be on Academy on this Ari. There are decent number of, fragile charm targets. You're able to hit the Kaisa, able to hit the Lulu, even something like a Diana or Lee Sin, may not be able to 100 and 0 them, but if your team is there to follow up, potentially can get the one shot. And as you were mentioning, mental health is super important. So Academy feeling like they were safe enough to be able to tell their team I'm too tilted to play. I do think it's awesome that they have that sort of environment. And yeah, I'm happy they're here for game number 2 because I think Academy is a very solid player. And I want to see that redemption arc. I want to see them, be able to turn this around for their team because they've lost the last 3 times they faced. And if they're able to win this game and not only go to a game 3 and win that, what a story that would be. One for the Wild Rift, book of ages. And here it is, game number 2. We've got Ailish versus Tilt City Banditos. This is it. If Ailish is able to win it, this is going to be them punching their ticket to tomorrow, whereas Tilt City Banditos, they got their backs up against a wall.
And it starts here, like you said. If they want to get the redemption arc, let's take one step at a time, right? You got to walk before you can run. Get a game win, and then we'll focus on game 2. At this point, it is a best of 1 from here on out. If Ailish win, like you said, going on the top 8, and Tilt City Banditos are going to have to win 2 in a row if they want to try and make it into at least contention for the second major. As we set it up, I'm glad that the North American region has caught up with the rest of the world with trying to draft Varus and giving him a lot of beefy champions who stand in front of him for frontline. But now the execution comes down to it. The first 5 minutes, like we've set up for TCP, have been looking good, but Ailish playing on the objectives, playing the team fights, has looked better.
Yeah, as would expect to see. Potentially both the junglers. Okay, INF is actually jungling Jax, so you have Renekton in the top lane. So INF going towards that top side, opting for a third camp as Lee Sin here actually just going to invade the blue, but Varus and Galio are rotating over and will be able to push him off that. That's actually pretty big.
Exactly. They're trying to just assert mid priority so that Diana can try to move over. And look at how much vision that they've tried to implant onto the bottom side for Ailish. They want to try and get this. You see the pings coming out as well. They want to go for an invade. They have to think that Jax is up here. They haven't necessarily gotten vision, and maybe if he walks through mid lane, they can go for this, but they're going to try and invade, take away some camps.
Yeah, and vertical jungling is going to be the name of the game as we are here in the early phase. Cold Brawl Stars potentially, I mean, with Diana walking over here on Tyrant, they could look to contest. Did you smite onto that Scuttles Academy? Walking over here, Tyrant gonna get charm follow-up as well. This could be the instantly dead Diana, as you see INF here. Gonna fast forward, gonna be able to secure the first blood, gonna lose their life for it, but get the first blood gold.
Okay, good. I mean, this is the early game that we were just praising, right? Like, they have good setup now. It has taken them a few games, but they're getting kind of the swing of it. They're getting the hang as to what rotations they can make. Their target prioritization so far has not been super bad, so I'm liking this. This is a good start for TCB.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Lee Sin, I do think is going to be a scary threat, considering they were able to get 2 blue buffs, have been able to farm up a lot of camps, but Jax as well with the first blood. So it'd be pretty strong, a pretty, even early game so far. Really could go either way, but we've been talking about it. Tilt City Meditos has not been that good around setting up around the objectives, and that is going to be what I'm watching as that is going to be spawning in about a minute. Exactly.
And we have to think of, like, in the first blood trade, it's 1-for-1, but why do Ailish come out ahead in terms of the gold despite losing out first blood? The fact is, Tyrant was able to stay out onto the map. They got the kill, yes, but Tyrant gets blue buff, gets to move into mid lane, hit level 5 first. It did set Colt behind, but Ailish kind of come out with, they don't lose as much gold, they don't lose as much experience, and now Academy taking this time to look for roam, drop a wave, go bot lane.
Yeah, as it looks like INF not going to be able to connect there, not going to be able to get the kill. A 3v3 as Varus did reset. But during all of this, Tyrant on the Diana getting so much value in the mid lane, probably going to be able to get their full Rod of Ages at this point. And that is going to be a scary Diana in this first team fight.
Exactly, and this is the trade-off that they were going for. I think Ian just kind of wasted the Counter-Strike. You would have thought we've had 4 or 5 months since Horizon Cup. Learn that Counter-Strike is not an offensive ability, it is a defensive ability. We do not use it proactively, look at it to try to react against the opponent. And good look there from Baby to force out the flash. This almost guarantees the fact that Ailish will get the dragon here. It is Cloud Drake, so I think a pretty worthwhile trade here if TCB can close out on the objective. They've started it, but they haven't quite gotten it yet.
This could be greedy. Diana's bottom. Lee's also on the dragon. This is potentially a 3v5 situation. INF, though, is going to fall as Academy going in here. Going to be able to connect the charm. Going onto the backline, the Kaisa of the Lin.
Look at Lin!
This is a 3v5 as it looks like they're going to be able to get 1. They're going to be able to get 2. Chicken Lady wants the 3rd. Lin with 1 HP. Going to be able to escape. And that's going to be the Rift Herald going their way as well as Tyrant here. Going to activate the ultimate. Major Pain trying to survive. Doesn't have the flash. Charm does come out here.
Ult's here.
But you have a Lee Sin. The cleanup from Tyrant is massive as Academy is actually going to be able to not do anything and die as Tyrant and Cold Brawl Stars kill 4.
How do Lin and Tyrant live, man? Lin paying on the absolute edge there, gets the honey fruit, lives, goes back mid. We'll get a replay of this. I just want everybody at home, please watch Lin in this fight. Getting shielding from K-Boy. Academy goes in, taking Ignite, 1 auto attack, the Whimsy as well. And this looks like a 1 fight for the side of TCV, but Lee Sin is coming over from the Dragon. And the fact that they're still here means that Tyrant turns the tides of battle. Lin even tries to walk up, but just goes and ends up pushing the mid wave. Colt changes the profile of this game. It was another objective team fight that they just lost. Yes, they got the Rift Herald, but at what cost?
Yeah, as Academy here going in, not actually able to connect the charm, but Jax will get a stun of their own as Academy takes a lot of damage from the tower, and the Galio taunt just barely inches, maybe a 1/10 of an iPhone, not close enough, as that's the measurements we use on this cast. So close for Chicken Lady there.
Okay, well, welcome to everybody who's coming in from the LCS. Thank you for coming in and watching Wild Rift. We have our qualifiers going on here if you're just coming in. We have some of the champions you may have been seeing on stage today, as Baby here on the Camille looking for something. Engage.
Able to juke out. That charm is massive, using the invulnerable frame from their ultimate. but not gonna have follow-up damage. But in the top side, you see the pings coming out. Lin and K-Boy are flanking onto Consequence. The Renekton gonna activate the ultimate, but it's not gonna be enough, and that's gonna be a tower. But in the mid lane, they're rifting as well, but a massive fight in the bot side. Ahri loses their life, but they do get the return kill. Oh my gosh, styling on him with the Camille. Going to go for the Galio as well. Are they gonna be able to do it? Oh, so close.
There it is.
Calc, baby.
There it is. I love that from Baby right there, winning the 1v2 under the turret. And while Rift Herald takes open the mid, you look at what Ailish got on the opposite side. We're going to replay of what exactly just happened, as this is insanity right now. They won the top side. They overloaded onto the Renekton, got the kill there, took that turret. And this kick from, oh my cult. We got to fight right out of the replay.
Yeah, another one. Tyrant, it looks like getting away with 1 HP. Lin, though, getting flashed on by the Jax here. INF going to be able to get the kill. Can they get more? As it looks like Major Pain's going to flash forward and just barely the sidestep. Wait. Major Pain wants Tyrant, not going to be able to get it as Lee Sin does flash forward, gets the kick though. Now in a bit aggressive, maybe the 5-head bait for Major Pain. No, it's not, as Tyrant goes in for the massive ultimate. Chicken Lady tries to get out with their life, not going to be able to do it, as that's 3 falling for the side of Tilt City Banditos.
Oh my god. Okay, Tilt City Banditos, I know this is probably a little late to know this information in the game, but at this point, every single time there's a fight, start a timer in your head. 15 seconds. Maybe a little bit lower, maybe 10. As soon as that timer is done, stop fighting. Because every single time it turns into Eilish having people come back into the fight. You have Tyrant there finding kills. It allows for Colt to get more and more there. So as the dragon is spawning, you're going to be missing some of these summoner spells, as they're just killing Academy.
Oh, the great Zonias here from Baby. The Jax follow-up, though. Are they going to be able to take down this Camille? A good flash out. Pain not able to connect with the Q, as Chicken Lady on the Galio going to be the next to fall, as the Mountain and the Rift spawn. This should be objectives going the way of Eilish, but okay, yeah, so they're just going to back up. I thought they were going to look for the tower, but they do just opt for the Rift. Going to actually do both at once.
They can. They're allowed to do so. I mean, look at where Tilt City Banditos are. They're 7,000 gold behind. They don't have a jungler, so they can just go ahead, have their cake, eat it too. Doesn't matter what flavor they get. Everything going in the favor of Eilish, and you gotta start feeling it, Michael Udall. It's getting dicey here for Tilt City and Banditos. They're losing out on the Drake stacks. They just have the Rift Herald taken away from them. They're losing team fights now. This is the end of their run, potentially.
Yeah, they need a victory here. Their back is up against the wall. If they lose this, they're out of the tournament. And for the side of Eilish, oh, Tyrant looking to potentially go in. Academy on the Ahri does have the ultimate, but you see for the blue team, they're set up for a potential dive. They want it. They want to throw down that aggression, as we might get a full-on 5v5 team fight.
Thankfully for Tilt City, there is no minion wave, so they do not go down. And you see the pings. It's time to cannibalize the entire jungle. Ian on this Jax is going to be taken out of this game, removed almost entirely. You've now lost all of your jungle camps. And the secondary carry for this team, someone that was supposed to go in alongside Academy, really can't do that. So we're looking at Major Pain. His positioning on this Varus is going to be pivotal if TCP want to get back into this. It's going to be tough. Like, all odds are against them. Eilish, every single time, have gotten their number. And so far, this game is not looking any different.
Yeah, as Major Pain is definitely the gold leader, the only one that's relatively close to their counterpart of Lin, as it's just a 1k difference, as this game is opening up more and more for the side of Eilish. Maybe gonna look for a gank onto this Camille, but I think they get 2v1'd, if I'm gonna be completely frank. As you see Consequences here opting to trade. Baby, though, going in, recognizing their power, recognizing that I got a collapsing duo bot lane. Consequence with the insta flash out, as Chicken Lady will be the only one to fall.
Oh, but look in the Baron lane that's happening right now. Academy, he's gonna try and get out. It's a one-on-one kill from the Lee Sin. Tilt City. Lin can do this. He gets the heal out of Major Pain, but with Evolved, Kaisa, Acathian Rain, it's just looking so difficult for them. I kind of am waiting to see like what exactly the group stage is going to look like, just because this is looking all Eilish now.
Yeah, it is looking all Irish. And remember, they had a very close series. Actually, Consequence going to be able to get this done off. The Galio follow-up as well. Are they going to be able to get Camille? No, a massive ult from Tyrant. The Verisol is pretty good here. Academy not able to connect the charm as Chicken Lady is getting 1v4'd, is getting dove under the tower as Camille able to activate that Zhonya's. And on the other side of the map, Lee Sin is getting a free tier 2, is dropping the Rift Herald. And this is every side of the map going the way of Team Eilish.
And I mean, TCB are at this point just getting pulled across the map. There's so many different things. They're being kind of just getting so many punches thrown at them that they're getting a little dizzy. They have to try and respond to Baron lane, but there's also a team fight happening in the Dragon lane. They're losing out on objectives. Everything is happening at once, and it's coming in way too fast. They can't slow down the game at this point with the gold deficit, and it's on Eilish to kind of lose this at this point. If they throw under the Nexus, it's going to take a few of those really for Eilish to come back, or for Eilish to lose.
Yeah, Academy here, actually. Ooh, major pain falling solo. K-Boy on the Lulu saying, gimme, gimme. I know I'm a support, but I want the kill. It's mine. As it looks like, I mean, this is just so much of a snowballed lead for the side of Team Eilish.
Exactly, and I'm sure all of the LCS viewers are probably like losing their mind. They're like, dude, they have boot augments again. It's been like 6 seasons since we've had boot augments. See this, chat? You get the Zhonya's on the boots, you get teleport as a boot enchant, it's no longer a summoner spell, and most importantly, Rod of Ages is in this game. Welcome everybody, welcome back everybody. Everybody's favorite mage item. It's still here, it hasn't left us. It does basically the same, gives similar stats. So I'm sure all the LCS viewers are like hogging out at the thought of that.
Well, also it's hashtag scaling, baby. You know, pick it up, securing yourself that late game. You know, Wild Rift, such a fun game.
You know, they're also they probably don't know what Crystalline Reflector is, actually. Yes. Or Solari Charge Blade. Solari Charge Blade, it just gives you bonus true damage as well as crit. And the Crystalline Reflector is our AD variant for mage items. Considering there's no Zhonya's, they get to have basically an item that reflects damage once you store up some shards doing damage as a mage. So that's really cool, but we're talking about Wild Rift. We're just talking about Eilish starting up the Baron here. TCP, they're just going to have to watch as this game slowly gets away from them.
Yeah, and they were trying to see, you see 3 on the bot side looking to gank the Camille, and they're not able to do it as Tyrant here with that Rod of Ages, with that Crystalline Reflector, and the Death Cap going in so aggressive, flashing onto Chicken Lady and taking out their life.
There it is, and Consequence is even getting... No! The Camille band! It kept him in the wall, he couldn't move, he got stuck. That's one of my favorite things to do when I'm playing as Camille. You just have them, like, pinned against terrain. I was like, well, I'm dead. So, Eilish, they're going to take 1 inhibitor. They will never respawn, and so now with these super minions, going to start crawling into the base. TCB just have to watch as their top 8 dreams get flushed away. Eilish looking to be our 2nd seed here in Group C.
Yeah, as Tyrant going in with the ultimate, able to activate the boot enchant, able to activate that Zhonya's. The Verisol gonna come out. It's not gonna be enough though, as the Nexus is falling low. The Nexus is going down, and Eilish secures their ticket to top 8 tomorrow, able to take down Tilt City Banditos. And honestly, what a convincing fashion from start to finish. They just dominated that game.
A similar 2-0 that we got at the beginning of our broadcast today. Tilt City Banditos, heart out to you guys for consistently being here in Wild Rift here in North America. But again, Eilish, a relatively fresh team, 2 players coming off of Major 1 on this roster, and Tyrant and Lin just smash. And, you know, their compatriots are looking good too. It's not just them 2 that are just like 2v8. Their players on this team are, at least mechanically, super gifted.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact that they were able to take that series against Saints the distance, right? It went all the way to game number 3. When you and I were talking before the broadcast, you know, Saints was one of the teams that we had very, very high up in our rankings. You know, we consider them to be a team that's probably going to make it to the finals tomorrow. And the fact that they were able to go to game 3, able to take a game off of them, is a massive testament. And it has got me singing the praises of Team Eilish. And I'm curious to see what they can pull out for us tomorrow.
Exactly. As we get the kind of top 8 bracket filled out, we'll have that available for you soon. But, I mean, I do want to say, like, congratulations to Eilish for getting to this point and obviously then coming in 2nd seed. Like you were saying, I'm excited for tomorrow. we have to give a star player now. And I'm like kind of torn. I kind of want to hear your thoughts because I did
Yes.
technically take the star player from you last game.
But I agreed with it. All right, so this is what
Yeah.
I'm thinking about.
Okay.
I think Baby on that Camille, survived so many ganks, had a lot of team fight presence where they were able to get impactful ults onto the Varus, onto the Ahri, was, second top damage on their team as that Baron laner. I really feel like Baby was styling out this game, but yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts.
I was really on the fence about giving it to Lin again, just because it does look good when you're having those like clutch team fights. But it is, I would agree that Baby on this Camille had a little bit of a different job, constantly utilizing the ultimate to save Lin in that fight that we see on our screen here. I want to give it to someone new, and I think Baby deserves it, especially for some fantastic Baron lane plays. We're talking about living on this play especially. This is
talking
all
about Baby.
Camille
This is
all
the
day.
Baby play. This is why you get MVP. I mean, Colt Brawl starting it out for them. The exhaust comes out though, and look, they're able to, knowing their limits, go in onto the Jax and then turning this around onto the Galio, juking out that spell cast from the Galio. And right here, knowing, boom, I can take the tower shot, I get the heal, and I'm out.
Tax sweep has never looked so broken before. As we finish off the replays and we finish off our night here at the WNS. This is just the end of top 16, and we have so many good teams. So we didn't even get to watch on the broadcast, right? Like, we will see so many different more teams tomorrow as well. Like, we might even be able to see Suzaku. We look at the it's anything's possible at this point.
Yeah, we're going to have some bangers of games here as you see Tyrant hitting the
no.
ultimate, able to take out two. What a sick moment. Because, a lot of players would just recall there, would just back. But Tyrant, recognizing the fight was dragging on, goes in over to the flank and is able to secure the bag, so able to secure 2 kills. But yeah, tomorrow we are going to have some very, very exciting series. So if you're enjoying this action, make sure and hit that follow button on the Twitch channel and join us tomorrow as we figure out who the top 2 teams are that are going to qualify to Major number 2.
And it's not just that. As you can see, Baby, on your screen here, we get another 1k GP gold per minute stat. Let's go, boys. If you want to take part in these qualifiers, you can. This is the last qualifier for Major 2, which will be happening next week. But afterwards, you can't sign up. I think signups for Qualifier 5 are actually live right now. So if you and a couple of teams, maybe if some of the viewers coming over from LCS, if you want to try your hand at Wild Rift and you're like, I'm pretty good at this as a 5s player, you can go ahead to giantslayer.tv/wildriftna. You can go ahead and sign up, get a few buddies with you, and maybe we'll see you. We'll get to broadcast your games, and if you make it to top 8, top 2.
Yeah, for all the people that are like, Wild Rift is so easy, I could totally do that. I'm Golden League. It's not as easy as you think. All right, it's definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's similar rotations to League of Legends. The game is much faster, much more sped up, which is something I enjoy. Right, like you can play it anywhere because you can use your phone. You can do it on cellular. You can squeeze in a game here or there. To feed that League of Legends desire that I know we all have inside of us. So definitely, Wild Rift, my favorite mobile MOBA, and would recommend you all try it out too.
Exactly. It's just a different skill set that you need to play in mobile. It's definitely a little bit different. We do have our group scores from all of today's games here at the top 16 for WNS Qualifier 4. Let's take a look. One side took first seed in a group with BYG and Reflection. I'm kind of surprised about that, especially Reflection, who looked so good during the first major.
Yeah, and one side, I mean, a team that we didn't know the most about going into this, showing why, people shouldn't sleep on them. One side showing up today, and I'm excited to see, in those matches tomorrow, how they, face up against a team like Family, a team like Saints, a team like Demons, a team like Ailish that we just watched dominate, and it's going to be a fun one.
Exactly, and to be fair, there are still games that are still being played, right? Like, yeah. We have teams that are still yet to play. Reflection are actually still playing BYG at this point. And we see the end of the other group, Suzaku making it 2-0 in here. They did get a bye, but obviously closing out, beating Yon. Gotta be feeling strong about this team, especially for them, as they've been kind of climbing up as one of the teams to potentially push into the top 8 of North America.
Yeah, definitely going to be excited what they bring for us tomorrow. And honestly, just more than anything, I love Wild Rift. I love this community.
Yeah.
It's been so much fun being on the broadcast. Alec, I appreciate you, man. Like, I love some quality Wild Rift action, and we got it today, and we're going to get it tomorrow. So, you know, I love the outplays. I love the flash. It just makes me happy watching some gamers game.
Exactly. That's all we're here for, right? We're here to watch some gamers do some gaming. And speaking of which, we have our bracket for tomorrow. Our top 8 single elimination. It takes top 2. You get to the semifinals, you're qualified for Major 1. You see right there, we've got Eilish versus one side. Is there any other matchups that maybe you're looking forward to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Saint versus Yawn. I feel like that should be a fun one. I mean, Yawn has swept up their roster a bit, but I mean, Saint, one of the teams that I think is definitely has the chance to run it all the way into that finals match. And I want to see how they're tested against the likes of Yawn. So that's a match I'm going to be really looking forward to. But maybe that's because I'm biased and I just want to watch my boy Black Camel run some jacks. So yeah.
Maybe, but we don't even get our family versus Eilish style matchup until the finals. The narrative as a caster, I'm biased. I wanted to see that, but obviously we also want to see some of the other teams. Suzaku versus Demon is one that I'm personally looking forward to, as some of the teams that are looking pretty good after that. So looking forward to it. I mean, it's been a long day. We've had a lot of good games here, Michael Udall. How are you feeling about North America here for the fourth qualifier?
I mean, I'm an NA fanboy till I die. NA best region, baby.
Okay,
I mean,
wait a minute.
Watching the Horizon Cup, I don't know if I can actually say that, but like, big copium from your boy Udall. I believe in this region to, scale into the future to become, an international presence. I definitely feel like, looking at the Summoner Series regional, the end of last year to today, I feel like the caliber of play within North America has drastically increased. And so I'm just excited to watch that continue as we get more consistent Wild Rift esports and content for you. So I'm feeling good.
Good. I'm glad. And obviously North America is looking a little bit stronger. If you had one sentence to recap the day, what would it be?
REOP.
Ari did not look OP in some of those games, but that is a pretty good sentence. I like that. I'm looking forward to it, especially if we get more Ari tomorrow. I'm excited.
Yeah, I would actually say tanks are OP. Yeah,
tanks do look a little bit OP, but thank you everybody for coming out and watching the WNS Qualifier 4. Catch us tomorrow for the top 8 single elim bracket. We'll find out who the final 2 teams here in the qualifiers will be joining the rest for Major 2 next week. See you then. I've been Alec Battery. We've had Michael Udall. We'll see you tomorrow.